Hey everybody, we're getting ready to do another stream here. I don't know why that sounded funny. We're getting ready to do another stream here. We're going to be doing Frontrooms, Normalities, and then Demon Fish Dead Ahead. That's the plan. And yeah, so we'll be doing more pixel art in A-Sprite for Frontrooms, Normalities. We've got 3 more walls that we need to do. And then in Demon Fish Dead Ahead, we've got some more music that needs to be done. There's like 3 or 4 more songs that need to be done. And then we need to do more testing in Demon Fish Dead Ahead. So that should take all night. Yeah. So hang out for a bit, and I'm going to post the link in Discord for a bit. And there's like ads in 1 minute and 30 seconds. After the ads are done, hey, Ari Boops, welcome in. We're just getting started here. Thanks for the lurk, I appreciate that. Everyone should check out Ari Boops if they haven't yet. She does art, pixel art, and plays games. So, really cool person. Definitely appreciate the lurk. But yeah, we'll be back shortly, and yeah, I'll see you there. Sorry, I was muted there. So I've got my tablet working, and that's what you were seeing was what was on my tablet. So that was Pute's stream. I was just lurking. But, yeah. So I can change between the screens now if I want to draw with my tablet. I might do that, but probably not. For what we're working on, I'm not sure if it'll be needed. Maybe. It's an option. I figured out that I had a cable, like, what is that? It's like one of those small, like, monitor cables. I don't even know what it's called. It's like some new shit, and I like didn't even realize I had an adapter for HDMI for it, and so I unplugged my Switch HDMI and plugged in my tablet. So now I've got a working tablet. I had like a mini one, but you know, like now I've got the big one. So yeah, anyways, let's get back to well, we've got room 2. I guess room 3 is not on here. Let's go find room 3. So we'll go to this one, and we've got room 3. Alright, so here's room 3. That's what we came up with. So it's gonna be the same kind of vibe for the rest of the walls. I think the next easiest wall will be this wall, because we know it's gonna have a window on it because it's a exterior facing wall. And yeah, so that's what we're doing. So yeah, we'll make a new file. Actually, let's just duplicate this one, right? So we'll save as, and we'll go room 3 west. Because we're already facing north, we're gonna go west now. So we're saving it as, that essentially makes a duplicate. So we can remove all of these. Right? And then we can make some changes to the room itself, right? Because we don't really want it to look exactly like this. Sorry for the squeaking. Just adjusting my workspace here. That way I can have good posture while I work. I don't know, for some reason things feel out of place all of a sudden. I've been kind of lounging. Yesterday I didn't stream at all. I wanted to, but I've got this this sty on my eye. Like I've been dealing with it for like a week now. On the lower eyelid had a sty, and now it's spread to the upper eyelid, which is quite a bit more painful. So I was just chilling out yesterday. I played a lot of Valheim. But yeah, today I'm feeling a little bit better. I've just been doing hot compresses on it. Yeah. Anyways. So yeah, what we're gonna be doing here is basically keeping the walls the same color and then removing all of this stuff here. But we don't want it to look like that, because that's gonna look funny with the other walls. So what we're actually gonna do is we're gonna bring this down, right? So I don't know, we'll just bring it down. That'll be easy, and we'll just go like that, that, and we're gonna do the same thing for the ceiling here. And we're just gonna stretch it out. We don't need to bring it down, but we're just gonna stretch it out. The reason why we brought that one down was to give us more room, and then we can just kind of paint over the rest of this stuff. Alright, so this wall over here would be the north, and then this one down here would be the south, right? So the floor, if we pull up the north one again, since we've already made changes to it, the floor is the same color as the wall, and that looks kind of weird, to be honest. One of the reasons why we did that was because we were like over on tiles, but I don't know. We could probably do some type of shading here to make it look more like a floor, and there was a little bit of shading on the wall there, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna put it on the floor here, and I think that should be fine. So we're gonna get the gradient and this, and so we want incontiguous here, and this line is screwing everything up. Lumby, welcome in. You got first again. That's 14. That's 2 weeks of being first, Lumby. That's fantastic. Great work on that. And 29. Hey, Arancini with the sub. Hey, thank you so much, Arancini. Great to see you. Welcome in. 4 months. Awesome. How you doing, Arancini and Lumby? And if everyone hasn't checked out Lumby yet, check out Big Lumby. They're super cool. I don't think the shout out has come up yet because they haven't said anything yet, but that's okay. Yeah, we can do double shout outs for Lumby. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Arancini. Thank you so much for hanging out and for the resub. That's fantastic. And for checking in. So Big Lumby's got a cool stream. They actually just finished streaming, but yeah, they were doing some really cool pixel art and just an all-around good time over at Lumby's stream. So go give them a follow and check out their next stream. So yeah, we're gonna make this floor, but like that kind of. Oh, what's going on here? Like that, maybe. Like that. And then we could probably do the wall too. We don't want to go crazy because then we'll be going over on tiles and stuff. And it might actually behoove us to move all of this up so that way it fits within those 2 rows of tiles, right? So we're just repeating 2 tiles and not going into this 3rd tile here. So we can just fix some of those issues there. Also, if we were worried about tiles, we could always make this this black edge gray. I didn't think about that, but we should do that here before we get carried away. I am modding 2 streams at the same time. Anyways, hi Rick. Well, this mod is this stream is pretty well automated, so I appreciate you lurking and hanging out, and hi, of course. But if you feel like you're needed on the other side, that's totally fine with me. I colored over that, so that's not what I wanted to do. So we'll fix that. We can get rid of these layers. Alright, so now we want to do a window, and we can kind of look at this window and like it's gonna look flat where this has perspective, but it'll be fine. So we're just going to, we could make a box or we could just draw it, right? But there's one window here, so we probably want to do like one kind of large window, because otherwise there'll be like 3 windows. Should be kind of weird. Anyway, since there's no corners on this wall, we're like pretty close to the wall, I want to say. So maybe like this big, and maybe we should make it symmetrical if it's not already. It is already symmetrical. Whoops. Or no, it's not. It's not symmetrical. So that's probably too wide. So, and that looks more like a regular window shape, to be honest. Maybe we should do that. And windows usually come out just like a little bit over the edge there. Oop. And also windows usually have like a little bit of like gap between the actual window. You know, I used to make, well, I didn't make windows, but I used to restore windows as a job. Historical windows. I worked for this place, I think it was called History Wood. And it was a weird job. We basically we were getting exposed to lead poisoning, getting exposed to lead, and the job was to not get poisoned while doing manual tasks for minimum pay. So yeah, you know, regular stuff. And oh, you know what I don't have up is my Twitch chat real big on my vertical monitor. Let me fix that real quick. There's always something I forget. But I didn't forget my tea, so that's what's most important. I'm still getting used to this, what, fifth monitor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth monitor. So, I was just pulling up someone to lurk on that monitor. Alright, so we got the chat, we've got a lurk, we've got, what does this side have? Okay, I think we're all ready here. All right, so we've got our window. If we go to this one, we can see that it doesn't have any detail there, but it's closer, so we are allowed to come up with our own details here. We can make it white. And then we could even do this edge, and maybe we could probably do this whole thing, right? You know, maybe we do some dithering with this here. Oh, because of symmetry. I was like, well, why is it doing that? Cool, so we got that. We could do this for this one. And then I'm trying not to get too carried away with the dithering here, but also want it to look cool. It's always that's always a problem with me. That looks pretty good. All right, so now for the glass, right? The glass. So we got these selected, and it might do something weird. I was explaining this on stream with when Ari was hanging out, and dealing with the dithering on these can be kind of weird if you have contiguous off. But this seems to be working fine. I don't know if it's because it's the shape or what, but sometimes you get some weird, like, just some weirdness. Alright, so that's not bad. I feel like maybe there should be like a like another color in there. Oh yeah, maybe it's like dark out, right? So we've got the reflections from the interior, and then you've got the light outside. Although it was light out. Oh, well, I guess it could be dark out, right? Because you're seeing through it and it's dark. Maybe you're just seeing the interior reflections there. And we'll worry about breaking the window next, or at some point here. I'm gonna sip on my tea for a second. RNG says 5 monitors, yeah, and I've got a 6th one that's not turned on, but that's the one I use for my Switch, which right now I don't have enough HDMI cables to actually use the Switch and my my graphics tablet at the same time. So I'm gonna have to purchase another HDMI cable. But yeah, I hardly ever play Switch games, but I do have a capture card. So technically I could play it, but I couldn't stream it because I need that extra cable for the capture card. But yeah, 5 is overkill, but this 5th one is a graphics tablet, so if I feel like I want to draw something organic, then I can do that. I have a little one too, but my desk isn't really set up great for that. It's because this big one is on like its own arm, and yeah, I have like this really weird desk. It's like, it's not even really a desk. It's a mast, a base and mast setup. I've got I've explained this before on stream, and it looks fucking crazy, and I can do this again. Only a tiny tangent. It's fun for me though, right? So like, let's say this is the background, and like, I don't know. This, okay, let's make this bigger so we can see it. This is the wall, and this is the ceiling, right? And then, so my desk, alright, we need more wall. So yeah, so we can accurately see what's going on here. Alright, so my desk is like 3 of these bases. So one is over here. Let's fill these in. One is over here, another over here, and the big one's over here. But yeah, the bases are all the same size. The difference is in the pole, right? So we'll do this. Oh, I'm not on the right tool. So this one goes way up high. They call it the exerciser because it's made for exercising. And then these ones are both shorter. They're like that, right? And so this one here has most of my stuff on it, and it's the wobbliest of them because they wobble a little bit. And then yeah, so there's like a laptop in front of me, but underneath it is a shelf. So we've got like a shelf that's like that, and this has my MIDI controller on it. And then above that we've got the laptop, which has its own shelf. And then above that we've got, well, first of all, there's my microphone here, which is just kind of attached to the thing. That's a really poorly drawn mic. We'll give it a little dot so you can tell that it's recording. And then above that we've got a monitor here. That's my vertical one, and then we've got another one here. Oh, that looks weird. So it pretty much comes out to here, because it's like my biggest non-TV monitor. So there's that, and then we've got this other one that's now over here, and this is the graphics tablet. So it's got a little pen on top. Oh. It's got a little pen on top, so you can tell that it's a graphics tablet. Yeah, so the laptop just kind of sits here. There's a beautifully drawn laptop. Looks smaller than it is. It's actually a pretty decent sized laptop. The MIDI controller, the MIDI controller's down here. It's square, so yeah. So there's that, and then this one has only one monitor on it, which is like here. And then this one actually only has my mouse on it. It's got a little shelf here, and that's got a little mouse pad with 2 mice. And then I've got like a TV stand over here that holds all my desk crap stuff, like my water, my tea, and a bunch of other crap, my phone, some snacks, gotta have snacks, right? So that way I can just reach over and grab stuff. And then my chair is like, you know, real big and shit, but I drew it small for whatever reason. And that way you can see the monitors, right? So yeah, this is my desk. That's a cool setup, very unique. It's not bad. It's great because it's like very mobile and like modular, right? So I can take these parts and rearrange them any way I want. And I can break it down, take it across the country with me if I need to, and set it back up within, you know, a few minutes, depending on how long it takes to get everything just how I want it, right? But yeah, I also have this, like, if we were to extend this image here, over here, and, you know, extend the wall, there's the corner, and then, you know, some perspective there. Against this wall, I've got another TV stand. And this has, like, a nice... Well, not like a big
Einstein,
TV,
I'm
but
on
like
your side.
a bigger TV,
Use
right?
bombs wisely.
Is that Wallace? Welcome in, Wallace. I could tell because of the redeems. And this is the older TV. It's got a bezel. We'll give it that color. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. There's the feet to the other TV tray that's holding up this TV. And then I've got my Switch over, or there's like a PC that's helping to balance this one, like a tower. And that looks terrible. That looks a little bit better. There's a Switch over here. I've got a Wii over here. There's like some keyboards on the wall, and there's like a bass guitar over here, like just a bunch of random shit, really. And then yeah, this is the room basically. My office. Behind me I've got a recumbent cycle, like for you know, exercise bike, and that's cool because if I wanted to, I could like scooch my desk up around it, or like get something done, or just move this monitor up here and just watch things from there, which is usually what I do, because all these can slide up and down or rotate. Yeah, so my unique desk setup. I should just save this because I end up explaining it so many times. Non-RSB, yeah, we'll throw it here. Desk setup, and we'll date it. because it changes from time to time. Cannot save that. Cannot save that. Why is it telling me I can't save it? That's weird. Because I didn't choose the format. It still won't let me save. That's really weird. Maybe it's because of all those periods, but that's how I normally date shit. So I don't know. Anyways, yeah, we don't need that. We're working on this guy today, and yeah. So this is the room it's connected to. This is the western wall, but if you like look at it, you're gonna be seeing this rather than just the windows. So like, there's two windows, right? It's a little bit confusing, but there's two windows, and then. Yeah, so both of them can be broken separately. Maybe we can do like a curtain. I finally put curtains up over on my windows, so I'm in this curtain mindset. Cause oh, hey, thanks for checking in, Tanker. I've been here for like 6 months now, and I had a sheet over my window for like the longest time. I was just too lazy to put the window up. Oh, we got ad in progress. I didn't realize that. I'm gonna sip on my tea during the ad break here. I'm still caffeinating. It's weird. For a long time, I didn't drink any caffeine when I was living with my mom, and now I'm so addicted to it that like I feel like I'm gonna fall asleep after I eat, and if I don't caffeinate after I eat, I'm just like ready for bed, and that's gonna throw off my sleep schedule even more than it already is. So I don't know, maybe I should do that one of these days, just like go to bed early to try to fix it, because it's drifting again. I was up till like 7 a.m. yesterday, and I don't know, it's hard to keep it and part of it is like because my eye is fucking in pain, so like I woke up and I couldn't get back to sleep, and I only got like 5 hours between yesterday and today, so I might end up falling asleep early anyways. Let's get these curtains in. So normal people have like a curtain rod, like at the very least one of these. But I got those cheap ones that go like that. Because I already had like 3, and I had curtains for 4, so I just went and got another one. It was like $2, you know. But yeah, welcome in, Tanker. Thanks for checking in. I appreciate that. Sorry about the ads. And yeah. Oh man, that's tough. Medicinal herbs are about the only thing that help me get to sleep. Yeah, I have trouble getting to sleep for sure. For me, like lack of sleep and being exhausted are like the only things that help me sleep. But yeah, it's been better. You know, honestly, I was smoking weed like a lot for like the last 20 years. And then when I quit recently, when I moved out here, because you need a medical card out here, and I just haven't jumped through the hoops to do that yet. I'm currently trying to. I need to get my insurance switched over from Illinois to Oklahoma, and that apparently isn't something that's easy to do, which is ridiculous. But anyways, I digress. I haven't smoked weed in months now. Well, I smoked a little bit when I went back to see, for my mom's funeral and that. But anyways, apparently when you smoke weed like all the time and then you stop, you get really bad nightmares. And I didn't really. I kind of knew that was a thing because I had like, you know, not smoked for 3 days and got really weird dreams and nightmares and stuff. And so anyways, when I stopped, it was like for months, for like 3 months, it was like nightmares almost every night. But yeah, smoking weed makes it doesn't help me sleep either. But also nightmares don't help me sleep, so I don't know. This curtain is not symmetrical because I was just noodling it out. Let's fix that. So it's like 2 pixels away. That's easy to fix. 2 pixels fixed. But yeah, I never tried like any medicinal stuff for sleeping, like sleep aids. I also never tried any like other like non-holistic methods. Yeah. I just have to be tired. And then what I do is if I like need to fix my sleep schedule, I'll either stay up for like 20 hours until I'm like exhausted, and then I'll sleep for like 10 to 12 hours, and then that balances things out. Or I'll try to do the opposite, where I like only give myself 5 or 6 hours of sleep and then wake up and then like try to make it to 10 and then fall asleep. But that doesn't always work for me. I've tried melatonin, which did not help me at all. Interesting. I never tried melatonin, but I had a roommate that was using melatonin, and yeah. You know what I did recently with those nightmares? Something that helped me recently was using audio. They've on YouTube. There's all these like 8-hour videos that are just like different types of noise, and that helped me for sure. Once I got into like a groove of recognizing that those tones, like, because I like the like personally I would rather just like make my own, right? Or like even just mix other people's videos on YouTube, but like on my phone you can only play one at a time. So the one that I liked was like I don't even know. I could probably find it because I don't know what it's called anymore. But it was like binaural beats, which isn't what it sounds like because there's no actual beat in binaural. I've been using brown or green noise. Right on. See if I can find the one that I was using. Usually it pops up right away because I watched it so many nights in a row. But now it's not. That's weird that I can't find the one that I liked. I bet it's because I was using a different browser on my phone. Oh, I think I found it. Yeah, this is the one. I won't turn it. I won't play it, but this is it. Full night, black screen, all 7 chakras opening, balance and healing, 7 chakra, 432 hertz sleep music. And I don't give a shit about any of this chakra shit, but it works for me because it's like, it's binaural, so it's like these wobbles, like whoa, 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 and it's like ever changing slightly, so it doesn't get annoying. And then also it does turn black after a bit, so it's like you don't get the light from your phone, which is nice. And then it does change where it says like 7 chakras. There are like 7 different types of binaural beats, and yeah. So normally what I would prefer to do is put this on and then put on Tibetan singing bowls and then rain, and that's like my perfect combination. But that's not really an option. So one of these days I'm just gonna have to make my own and put it up on YouTube. Maybe start a YouTube channel of sleep music. Those seem to do pretty well. You know. Oh, you just missed it. Alright, so we've got the curtain rod. There should be some type of curtain thing hanging. So what we could do is a few things. What I think we're gonna do is make a second layer and then put the curtain on there, so that way if we feel like destroying it, we can do that, right? Because we're making things that are normal when this is a normalities game, so everything's gonna be abnormal to start. It's a little confusing, even for me. But we're gonna make like a torn, you know, like a vampire has been living here, or a werewolf or something, someone that has torn the windows, or like just a really bad cat. You know how cats can be? Although I feel like it's facing the wrong direction. Let's do a Control T and a Control H. That looks more appropriate. We'll scooch it over here, so it's like that, and then we'll take the other one and we'll make it a little bit different, so it's not the same. Maybe you can just erase away from it. Maybe we'll put a tear in this one. The cat shredded this side more than the other. You know how cats can be. I was watching this this reel or whatever on Facebook, I think, and it was this guy who goes around with like a camera on his helmet kind of thing, and he like climbs trees to get cats down. And this cat did not want to come down. Cat was like, no, I'm climbing higher up this tree. And it was already at the top of the tree. There was like nowhere else to go. And this guy's like, well, looks like we gotta get the net and the snare. And I felt so bad for this cat. He's just howling. So that looks pretty good. I feel like the tops look a little bit like they're just floating there, which is not really what we want. I don't know the best way to fix it. Maybe just putting like little wrinkles in, and then maybe doing something like that. I think that works pretty well. But yeah, what was the cat's name? Henry? Henry could totally tear up these curtains if he came at it with a snare and a net. I swear I felt so bad watching that. I had to like change it. I was like, oh no. This cat is in much too much distress. I don't like the way this looks. Yeah, we've got torn curtains. So we've got the torn version. This is like the normal version, right? Or like the non-normal version. Now we're gonna make the normal version. So let's name this so we're not confusing ourselves. Curtain abnormal 1. We'll make a new layer. And actually what we'll do is we'll just duplicate this one. And we'll call it curtain normal 1. And so now we can just turn off that layer and make this look more normal. And that should be fairly easy. Be nice if we could do it in a way that like conserves tiles. Yeah, the other day I was going out to get the trash can, and this door-to-door salesman stopped me with a Segway and was like, "I like your hair and your glasses." I was like, uh-oh. I know where this is going. They politely waited for me to move my trash can into my garage as they circled me with their Segway. No, I guess they didn't circle me, but it felt weird, them driving around on my driveway with the Segway. Yeah, it's a nice looking curtain. Let's just get rid of this other one. Was there more to it? Did we do something? Yeah. And then we'll grab this one and we'll flip it. Such a lovely curtain. That's kind of an easy one though. Well, I guess they can't all be difficult, right? But yeah, they were trying to sell me bug spray. They were trying to spray my house, which is the second time someone has gone door to door saying, the bugs are gonna get real bad if you don't. Like, they're gonna get so bad, there's gonna be ticks and fleas. And I'm like, dude, there's like not even any trees in my yard. Like, where are the ticks and fleas gonna come from? The 2 rabbits that hang out in my yard, like, I'm not really worried about ticks and fleas. I told him, I was like, I used to live in the woods, man. Like, nothing you say is going to scare me. He's all like, but the spiders, they're gonna get up and then they're gonna come down on you. I was like, okay, they eat bugs. Like, what am I worried about? Like, I don't know. If things get bad, then I'm going to spray myself, and it's gonna be a lot cheaper than $200, which is crazy. It was like $210, and the first person, who I turned down, mind you, said it was gonna be like 60 or 70 bucks, and I turned them down, and this guy's like, oh, we're gonna get it for you real cheap. It's that time of year. I can't stand door-to-door pressure sales. They were young. They weren't very good at the pressure. But yeah, I feel that. I almost got by Suntria, the solar panel people. And I'm glad I didn't, because I mean, granted, we didn't get super bad hail, but we got a warning for baseball-sized hail, and that would have broken any solar panels that I would have bought. So that would have sucked. Not trying to make my insurance rate go up higher. I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna need to put a new roof on at some point because of the amount of hail this area gets, but like, roof and solar panels, that ain't gonna help my insurance prices. And my insurance is fucking high. It's like nearly $200 a month for just the home insurance, just the exterior, on top of the like 80 or whatever I pay for the car. I put out door flyers for pest control daily. I don't bother people outside though. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a better way to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind. Like, I mean, it kind of sucks to get like so much junk mail, but like, I get it. Like, that's what businesses do with mailboxes. You know what I mean? I definitely prefer it in the mailbox than the door, because I hardly ever use my front door. Like, the only time I use it is when I'm expecting a package or someone knocks, which I'm hoping they don't. And 210 is ridiculous. It is. And I was like, dude, that's like a lot more than the last person I turned down. He's like, oh, but we do a lot more. We go around to every crevice and every window, and we take down every spider web on the outside of your house. I'm like, there's not that many spiders, man. Like, I don't know. This place was like vacant for like 2 years before I bought it. And the spiders aren't that bad. I mean, there was a black widow in the garage, but I killed it. I put up some spider traps. And yeah, there's spiders in the traps, but like, they're just spiders in the garage. Like, what am I gonna do? Freak out over wolf spiders? Yeah, that's normal procedure. Yeah, right? Like, I mean, if you're a bug person, I hope you're doing more than just like spraying the thing. The other thing is like, and you probably know more about this than me, but like, when you spray, the rain kind of like washes it away, right? So like, and I get, yeah, you're like trying to spray the house where it doesn't get rained on directly, but the rain goes sideways here. You know what I mean? And like, the one day they're like, it was like Memorial Day, they're like, oh, it's Memorial Day sale, you know, like, it like stormed like that next day. Like, probably wouldn't even had a chance to dry before the rain would come. And I don't know, like I said, I've sprayed for spiders in a much worse situation before, and it wasn't like super cheap for the spider spray, but there was a lot of it, and I could reuse it as much as I needed to, you know? And yeah, it was kind of a pain to go around and spray the entire, because it was a big house, it had lots of windows, and spray all the cracks and stuff like that. But like I said, there was a lot of spray, so it's not like I needed 2 of them, and it worked pretty well. So I don't know, I'm not like afraid of having to go out and buy my own spray if needed. I think it's going to be cheaper if I do it myself than if I pay someone. But yeah, you would probably know more about that stuff than me. But yeah, I mean, I lived in, like I said, the woods, right? And then I lived in Phoenix, which had like a real bad roach problem, right? And roaches, you probably know, are like really, really hard to get rid of. You can't just use like a normal spray. You need like a roach spray and like fumigate, you know what I mean? And that shit sucked, man, because like apartments in Phoenix, they like all have roaches. It's just a normal fact of life there. So you would every couple weeks there would be someone spraying the roach spray, and like, you know, another thing about Phoenix, they have like really shit insulation, and the windows and stuff, they don't seal very well, so like all the smells of the gas was like entering the apartment. It was a big pain in the ass. But then you gotta worry about people who just smell like they're spraying, but they're actually cooking meth. German roaches and bed bugs really need a professional. Other than that, it's pretty easy DIY. I'm not sure I know German roaches. Hey, Cyphex, how you doing? Welcome in. I was lurking in your stream, but I wasn't able to catch too much because I was starting my stream. How did your stream go, Cyphex? Welcome in. Yeah, but I don't know the difference between German roaches and American roaches. Are they one and the same? Probably not, huh? Oh yeah, those are the ones we had in Phoenix. For sure. Doing good, how about yourself? I'm doing good as well. We're just talking about bugs. I've been getting people coming door to door trying to sell me on pest control when it's a new house, so there's not a whole lot of pests. I saw one spider inside, and it was a big old wolf spider that was like having trouble moving, and I just killed it. That was that. Oh, there was another like smaller spider, like a house spider that was in a box, but killed that one too. And then there was a black widow in the garage when I moved in. I had clearly been chilling there, like unbothered for a bit. You know, it went all right. I'm still figuring out when I should stream. I'm going to try using Twitch's schedule going forward. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've got German roaches pulled up here. This is definitely what we had in Phoenix. Yeah. German roaches are smaller, don't fly like American roaches, live strictly indoors, super fast life cycle, and can get out of hand quickly. A black widow, yeah, it was definitely the biggest black widow I had ever seen before. But it didn't have an egg sac. It was the only one, and yeah, it like, I was like taking pictures of it, or I'm not sure if I got a picture of it. I was about to take a picture of it, and then it ran away into this little tiny hole in the concrete underneath the doorstep in my garage. So I was like, oh well, gotta go get some spider spray, and I just got some Raid, you know, and just sprayed it in there, and never saw it again. I'm pretty sure it died. Not too worried about it. But yeah, you don't want to get bit by a black widow, that's for sure. But yeah, these are definitely what we had in Phoenix. I've definitely seen the American ones. American roaches. Yeah, these are the ones we had in Chicago. Also Bloomington, Illinois. And then there's like palmetto bugs, right? And those ones fly. Thanks for the lurk. Black widows are still preferable to brown recluses. So I would disagree. I would say brown recluses tend to hide better. They were black widows, like they'll get in your way, and then they'll like bite you, you know, where recluse, like you gotta kind of like have your hand in an old cardboard box that's been hanging out in the corner for a long time to get bit by one of them. And they're dumb. They're like, they're not super quick. They just kind of waddle, right? And they get stuck in corners and stuff like that. But the black widow, they're fucking quick as fuck. They're like, all right, I'm out, see you later. And then it's like, where'd it go? After treating so many roach-infested apartments, the smell is unforgettable. I have to walk out of restaurants with the smell. The smell of roaches themselves, I believe it. It's a pretty gross smell. One time when I was in Bloomington, my car broke down. This is story time. I was in Bloomington, my car broke down, and I was like couch surfing at the time. So I was like hanging out with these one people who I was friends with for like a long time, and for like years I was friends with these people. So they were cool with me hanging out on the couch. Recluses are more aggressive from what I've been told. Oh, interesting. Perhaps, but from my experience, I've only seen them look stupid in the corner and not even run when you go to kill them. Where the black widows, as soon as they notice that something's in the room with them, they're hiding themselves and they're quick. I don't know about biting. I feel like the black widows also don't just like, they're not gonna like run at you to bite you, but if you put your hand in their web, or usually, so like my I think my aunt, one of my aunts got bit or it was maybe my grandma. I think it was my grandma got bit when she was gardening because she wasn't wearing gloves. But yeah. Anyways, story time. My car broke down in Bloomington, and I was couch surfing at these one people's place, and she was like, "Hey, you should take it to my friend. He always fixes my car." I was like, "Yeah, but like that's your friend, you know, like they're not my friend. I'm worried they're gonna like screw it up more." But they didn't. They fixed it. I forget what it needed. I think it was an alternator or something like that, and they fixed it. But anyways, their house was so infested with roaches, the person who fixed my car, that when I went to go pick it up and they invited me inside, I was just in awe watching the roaches walk across the kitchen wall while we were all hanging out. They weren't even afraid of us. The lights were on. They weren't afraid of us. They were just living with their roommates, basically. And they were big roaches. They were those American roaches, just like scurrying across the walls and shit. Oh no, yeah, wow, it's insane. Yeah, it freaked me out. I couldn't even like hold the conversation because I was so freaked out about these roaches just like being ignored by the people who live there. Like, I would be so embarrassed that I wouldn't let people into my house if that was the case. But these people were like, come on inside, we'll chat inside with the roaches. Like, I was like, holy shit. But Bloomington had a roach problem for sure. I remember walking home one night because like I said, I used to couch surf, so I was walking from one couch to another couch, and because like I had a lot of friends in Bloomington. It's like a college town, and there was this manhole that had a street light over it, and they were just like having a breeding orgy like on this manhole, like coming out of the manhole. Like, it was just like, holy shit, that's a lot of roaches for being like not in the house. Like, it was like, wow, everything within a mile radius needs to be burned. Cheech and Chong. Yeah, probably most of Bloomington has that issue. I think Normal's fine, but then again, Normal and Bloomington are so close.
By a six-fingered man.
Nice. Anyways, yeah. So that was my story time. And so another roach story. When I was in Phoenix, I was with this girl, and she wasn't the cleanest person. I was pretty good at cleaning up after her. And it was a small apartment. It was like, I don't even know. It was like 1,100 square feet, right? Sorry, I'm sipping my tea here. And things weren't going well in this relationship. She was having trouble she was grieving because her grandma just passed, and she was also like she wanted to have kids because her sister just had a kid, and she told me she wanted to get married and have kids with me, but I didn't think that she was ready or I was ready, and I didn't think it was a good time. And I let her know, and we were like basically breaking it off, and she was getting really lazy, right? So what happened was I used to make a lot of fresh squeezed juice, right? I've always been into having a juicer and stuff, and she was into it too. So she was drinking it, but she spilled it, right? She spilled it right in front of the fridge, and most of it just went under the fridge, and then she like cleaned up the floor in front of the fridge and didn't tell me about it, right? And then she moved out, and I'm like, where the fuck are all these roaches coming from, right? I would like cook some fajita meat, and I'd like turn away, go to the computer for like a minute, and I come back and there'd be a roach in it, like a big old one, you know? And I'm like, what the fuck, right? And I was pissed, you know? So eventually I found the babies, right, coming out from underneath the fridge. And sure enough, there's this huge pile of liquid green moldy, well, it's like solid liquid mold, right? It used to be juice, but now it's solidified and it's got fuzzy mold growing out of it, and just baby cockroaches everywhere. And that was the source. I'd been living with it for like a couple months and didn't realize it. I don't allow boxes from grocery stores or restaurants to enter the house. Also, try to open Amazon boxes in the garage. It keeps German roaches away. Ah, that makes sense. But yeah, because the babies are so damn small that like you wouldn't even notice them if they were just like hanging out in the boxes, unless you were like really looking out for them. Nice on the juices, but that would drive me insane. I keep a bunch of traps in my apartment as is. Yeah, in Phoenix I learned that you need to use roach bait like all the time. And I had some on hand. I was using the roach bait, and it was just getting crazy out of hand. Also, very careful with secondhand appliances. That makes sense. I can't think of an appliance that I would want secondhand, but yeah, I could see why use, like, especially ones that use food or anything like that, like they would get very dirty and then you wouldn't know where they've been, that kind of stuff. I haven't been juicing as much as I used to because it's like an expense, you know. I drink a lot of water. That's pretty much all I drink is water and tea. I eat a lot of vegetables now rather than juicing them. I just eat it. You get more fiber that way, right? Because when you juice them, you're losing the pulp, which has a lot of the fiber, and fiber is good for you. It's good for your gut. But yeah, I hadn't thought about that with the boxes. But yeah, I don't want roaches in my garage either, to be honest. I guess it's better in the garage than in the house. Yeah, when I was putting in a new air conditioning in Phoenix, right? My air conditioner went out one summer, and it took like 3 days for them to put it in. They put this big hole in, and sure enough, fucking big ass roach just falls through from the hole, you know, because it was a condo, so it was like converted apartments, right? So it shared the same ceiling as the neighbors, so like there's literally no way to control what the neighbors are doing, how they're treating their place. Roach came over from the neighbor's ceiling area and just dropped right into my clean condo, which never had a roach problem ever. I watched it happen. So I quickly cardboarded up the hole. I did find a scorpion in that condo. That was interesting. It was a tailless whip scorpion. I don't know if you've ever seen one of these. Arancini probably knows. Maybe not, depending on where you're at. Tailless whip scorpion. So apparently these things get big. Mine was not so big. Mine was not that big. It wasn't even that big. But they look like spiders, and they don't hurt people, obviously. And it's crazy how big they get. I had no idea they got that big. They get fucking huge. Honestly, it would probably make a good pet, right? People have pet scorpions. Aw, the babies. Yeah, mine looked more like that. Although I can't tell how big that is. Yeah, no, mine was like this size. It looked just like that. It was on my wall. You've only seen one and it was huge. Interesting. Looks like land lobster. Yeah, the one I saw was only this big. This almost looks exactly like it. And I took a picture of it because it wasn't going anywhere. And then I squished it. And then it was only after I examined the photograph that I realized that it wasn't a spider. Cause they try to look like spiders. Like, I know they're both arachnids, but like they have pinchers like regular scorpions, but they hide them. And they're like really weird pinchers. Like, look at that. They've got pinchers here, but then they've also got these weird long arms that work as pinchers also. And they keep them like this most of the time. And yeah, interesting creatures, to be honest. See how much they look like spiders though? Bug talk. I was never really afraid of bugs. I was always kind of interested in entomology, right? And spiders. I remember when I was a kid, I always thought spiders were super cool. I used to come home with like spider books and shit like that, learn about spiders. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I was on a t-ball team, and they were like, "What should we name the team?" And I was like, "The Spiders." And then my brother was like, "The Reptiles." And everyone had a vote, and the Reptiles won. But reptiles are pretty cool also. But at the time I was in the spiders. Yeah, so we've got one abnormality. We're doing a lot of chatting here today, and that's fine. I like chatting. I gotta get it out of my system because I didn't stream yesterday. We could do another hole in the ceiling, and that might actually be good because there's no hole in this ceiling. So like, you might like be like, is there a hole? I can't remember if there's a hole. Cyphic says, I do not like bugs personally. I liked reptiles and canines personally. I would catch garden lizards all the time. Yeah, I used to catch those what are those called? Anoles? Is that what they're called? In Florida, because my grandparents lived in Florida. I think that's what they're called. And I had a Chinese water dragon as a pet for a bit, but unfortunately it escaped, and it did not live very long after it escaped. It's funny because I had called it Puff the Magic Dragon, but only because the girl I was dating liked that name more than Jesus, which was the name that I given it. Because it was like, I mean, it wasn't like a Jesus lizard, right? But it was in the fact that water dragons can run on water, kind of like the Jesus lizard, and the Jesus lizard is a band, so you know, there was that for sure. But anyways, it left. I think I was feeding it in the morning, and I would get stoned and go to school at like fucking 4 a.m. and I was feeding it, and I think I left the cage open. We had it in a bird cage because they don't understand glass, and learned that the hard way. And I think I left the cage open, and it got out. Unless it figured out how to open the cage, it's more likely that I left it open. And then 3 days later, we found it. It had, because I had like all this band stuff in my living room. There's like a drum set and all these instruments, and my bass player at the time had a full stack, you know, two 12-inch speakers stacked on each other, and then like a Galen Kruger head on top. And he'd leave the cable plugged in, and it was just chilling there at the top of the cable, like it had just climbed up a tree. And that's where it was supposed to be. It was covered in dust, just completely covered in dust, because it was a dusty place. And wherever it had been through some dust. So I washed it off, put it back in its cage. It was happy to have its light again. And then it died shortly after. It wouldn't eat, unfortunately. I think it had ingested some dust, and Chinese water dragons have really sensitive stomachs, so they can't eat sand. Even a grain of sand will stop them from eating. Probably likes heat from the cables. Well, the cable wasn't on. I think it just was treating it as a tree branch kind of thing. Those types of lizards really like to climb trees and stuff like that. It was a great climber. Dude, I remember, because this place that I was living at had a spider problem, right? It had a lot of spiders, had a lot of like small cracks in the walls where bugs could get in. The windows didn't really fit the frames anymore, and this Chinese water dragon would just like climb the cage, and we put like, you know, sticks in there and stuff for it to climb on, and then we had like a pool at the bottom where it could like, you know, bathe and use the bathroom or whatever. And it was living a pretty happy life in there, to be honest. And then the spider, just like big old black spider crawling across the wall, just like out from underneath the bed across the wall, and it just sees it out of the corner of its eye, starts climbing the cage up to the top, and manages to stick its tongue out through the cage and hit it perfectly, and just ate the shit out of that spider and loved it. I was worried that it was like poisonous for it or something. It liked the spider. I worked with a few monitors and bearded dragons and iguanas. Interesting. I had a buddy who had 2 very, very large iguanas, and at one point I inadvertently adopted a bearded dragon. I had like moved into a place where there was a bearded dragon living by itself. The owners had ditched it and weren't feeding it, apparently. So I was like, well, we gotta get this thing some crickets. It's, you know, I don't know how long when the last time it was fed, you know. and I found a new home for it. I ended up driving it all the way to Chicago from like an hour and a half away and to get it at home. The male iguana was the most aggressive reptile at the sanctuary. I believe it. I believe it. The females the females are really messy though, because they you know, they menstruate, right? So that's like an issue. All right, so I think we're gonna make the roof have a hole in it. But yeah, I like the Chinese water dragon. I was actually looking at getting a different one, a blue Chinese water dragon, but those are like kind of expensive and just as fragile. And the reality is, reptiles like that should not be kept in captivity, I don't think, right? Because a Chinese water dragon, they're like super fast. They move. They're like, it's like putting a cheetah in a cage, like. Or it's like being a greyhound owner and not having a big old yard, you know what I mean? Like, but we got ads. I snoozed them as much as I could. We are out of snoozes. The female I work with was really young, so I didn't see that problem. Ah, okay. I guess you can't even really tell their gender until a certain age. So it's like, it's a lot cheaper to sell or to buy the younger ones because you can't tell if they're male or female. But once you can tell, then the males are more expensive, I believe. But that was a while ago when I used to do this. This was like 15 years ago when I did the research. So I don't know if things have changed, but maybe the research or maybe the information's easier to obtain or whatever. But I don't know, the hole looks a little bit too like centered. There's those ads. But Cyphex, you got turbo. I actually think owning cheetahs should be legal because they are the least problematic wildcat, assuming you have a large yard. You'd need a really large yard though. But yeah, I'm not sure that wildcats should be domesticized. I guess recently there was baby mountain lions found here in this state, in Oklahoma, and not a really big surprise. They gotta come from somewhere, but it made the news. But it's Oklahoma, so they don't have a whole lot to news about here. Excuse me. Bobcats would be cool. I've heard of people having like cats that aren't quite cats, aren't quite bobcats, right? You know what I always really wanted was one of those savannah cats. I see cheetahs as no more dangerous than wolf dogs. Yeah, but like a wolf dog would be pretty dangerous too. I mean, hell, I've seen huskies that were inefficiently, or not inefficiently, but weren't trained well, right? I don't know what word I'm looking for there. Poorly trained huskies that could do some damage. I don't know. I'm not like a huge dog person, but I'm not like against dogs in any way either. I don't think I would own a dog on my own. I took care of a puppy one time because the girl who I was dating was terrible at taking care of her own puppy. So I did my best to train it, had it using the potty outside, had it going for walks, and then we broke up and the next time I saw her, I asked her about the dog, and she said, yeah, it just uses the pads still. I was like, are you kidding me? Yeah. Yeah, I do think you have to volunteer at a exotic sanctuary or have some training to own exotics. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of in a weird camp where I'm an animal lover, but I don't really like the idea of pets anymore. And part of it is due to pet deaths because they're just so blah, and I don't want to deal with that. But also, like, I feel bad for pets, you know? Like, I don't know, it's a weird thing, right? Because especially the domesticized ones, they can't make it out on their own anymore. And a lot of the natural wildlife is running out of homes, and it's kind of bogus. I think we should have natural habitats set aside, you know. Like, I get, you know, having like a sanctuary, right? Especially if it's a big sanctuary. But yeah, you know, like I seen there was a buffalo, or there was 2 or 3 buffalo living in this this really small pen in Illinois, and it's kind of sad. I mean, it was cool to see the buffalo, you know, and it's cool that people get to go there and kind of treat it like a zoo exhibit. But at the same time, it's like, man, those are buffalo. They're supposed to like fucking herd and roam, and they're not. They're just chilling like pigs in this little like sty area. I mean, it wasn't super small, but it was like a horse pen. You know what I mean? It wasn't super big either. I've seen bigger horse pens. But yeah, I don't think they had a lot of money there. Buffalo Rock was the name of that park. It was a cool park. It's actually really cool. They had these effigies that were built during the late 60s or 70s or something like that, and they're shaped like animals, so it was really cool. They're kind of overgrown, like especially the snake. Like finding the snake head was like really difficult. It took me a few different tries, and like finding it on Google Maps first before I could actually locate it at the park. But it was exciting to find the snake's head at the park. I wish we could have natural habitats, but even the most animals in nature have a messy death. Yeah, and messy lives. I mean, animals are, you know, there's a reason why we as animals differentiate ourselves from other animals. We think we're more, you know, evolved because we don't go around killing, like leaving bloody corpses everywhere while we eat. And you know, I mean, I don't know, in ways we do those things, but we hide it, you know, or at least try to minimize it, you know. Like, we're not much better than animals in any real respect. In a lot of ways we're worse, I would say, because we're destroying the planet where most animals aren't capable of doing that. But yeah, in a lot of ways we are cleaner. But not on the big scale, not in the big picture. We just appear cleaner. I don't know. But yeah, I like cats, but I don't think I'm gonna own another cat anytime soon, at least. I wouldn't be opposed of a cat, like if I met a girl that had a cat kind of thing. But yeah, I'm kind of done with that. I had adopted 2 kittens. This was like 15 years ago, and both of them died from kidney issues, and that sucked because I had like just paid for all of their shots and had them fixed, and you know, was taking care of them, bought all the things that I needed for them, and then they both died. And I was like, oh shit. But apparently that's a thing, especially with farm cats, you know, so. Yeah, tell that to invasive species. Well, even invasive species have like trouble taking over the world, you know what I mean? They have trouble like actually ruining the planet. A lot of times when there is some type of invasion of a species, like, yeah, they can wreak havoc on an ecosystem, but a lot of times they get contained by the havoc that they wreak, and then also something usually happens to wipe them out eventually, whether it's a fungus or a natural disaster, or or just the boundaries of their own abilities, right? Like their own I don't know what a better word for it is, like they need to live in a certain climate, or they need a certain type of food source, or they overeat their own food source. Like there are natural limitations to even some of the most invasive species. That is true about land-based invasives. Yeah, I mean, clearly the ocean is like really big, but when you talk about lakes and stuff, yeah, lakes are small, rivers are connected to the ocean, and like, yeah, ponds and lakes, yeah, that's rough, because those need to be basically they're all kind of, I wouldn't say man-made, but man-adjusted at this point, right? I don't think there's too many natural lakes left, unless you're like up in the mountains somewhere, or like in a country that they don't fuck up the land. But most of the lakes in this country are pretty polluted or adjusted by man, or both, or they polluted it and then they cleaned it up. Like there's even like Lake Michigan, it's a big lake, but man, it's a dirty lake. It's not a clean lake. I was actually lucky to have grown up on one of the cleaner lakes in Illinois. Most of Illinois' lakes are polluted by like farm runoff and just like random shit. But yeah, we had invasive species for sure. We had zebra mussels, and the river nearby that they actually used to feed the lake, or to fill the lake. Actually, the lake was spring fed actually. So, but the other nearby lakes they used a river to fill, and that river had the Asian carps, right? The ones that were like so bad that they were like jumping into people's boats and stuff like that. Yeah, in Russia or Canada or Alaska, there are far more clean lakes. Yes, good point. Alaska might as well be Canada when it comes to cleanliness. But yeah, Illinois had some pretty nasty lakes. I was lucky to have the one on our property. But yeah, honestly, it was real close to nuke plants too. So it's like it's clean, but like for how much longer and all that. One of the nearby plants actually leaked into the groundwater that was in the surrounding area. So. Alright, what's next here? So we've got the ceiling, we'll call that, we'll call it hole. Abnormal 2. We could do like a tear in the wall maybe. So we'll have to name this one ceiling hole so we don't get confused. I don't know if I spelled that right, but I don't really care. So we'll do like a little one, so it's not like totally noticeable when it's missing. Oops. Canada isn't really clean. They just lake population density to do much damage more than 100 miles from U.S.-Canada border. I think I know what you're trying to say there. There's a lot of lakes in Canada. There's a lot of untouched wilderness in Canada. So that kind of, it tips the scales in their favor. The real anomaly is the fact that this build is standing. Oh, the building that I'm in. Yeah, so it's not actually one building. It's just a series of front rooms. So yeah. But you're right that architecturally it is haunted. If it wasn't haunted, it wouldn't be standing, I don't think. The hauntedness is keeping it up. But it's insulated. Look at this insulation. I've lived in places that had less insulation. The building, yeah. Let's see what this looks like without the grid. I mean, it kind of looks like a hole in the wall. Kind of looks like a stake also, but I don't know. Maybe these should be like coming down more. I don't know. That doesn't help, does it? I have 30 minutes to kill, so hello friends. Hello Ari, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. We'll give Ari another shout out for those who missed it the first time. I don't have my own stream open here. What am I doing? Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Ari's awesome. She does pixel art and regular art, digital art, and she plays games. Very cool person. Very friendly. So everyone should go follow her if they haven't yet. We're making Frontrooms Normalities. So this is a wall in one of the front rooms. Yeah. I raided Lumbee today. It was so fun. Yeah, I was there for that. Nice work raiding Lumbee. I'm sure Lumbee appreciates it. Lumbee's currently modding someone else's stream right now. Or at least they were. I was lurking in Dean Bratwurst's stream. I know that. I think Lumbee's part of that. Kappa Lobster, I don't know, maybe. I can't keep track of everyone. It could have been, I don't know if Lumbee is Dean Bratwurst mod. I know Dean Bratwurst mods for Lumbee. I don't know. Can't tell you where everyone's at. Can't keep track of everyone. Capybara Shrimp, oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know Capybara Shrimp. Interesting name though. No, it's my art. What's your art? The capybara shrimp is your art? I'm so confused now. Yeah, the capybara shrimp. Okay. Is that, well, I saw what you posted in for a Big Lumbee. It looked like a Pac-Man with antlers that was eating stars for coming out. It was interesting, very interesting piece. Yeah, it's something she was making. Ah, okay. Let me show you the capybara shrimp. Okay, yeah, cool. Because in my head I'm picturing like Italian brain rot. But that's not your fault. LOL, what? Yeah, no, the Italian brain rot stuff. One of the people I do commissions for wanted me to make a Italian brain rot mod for them, and I got to take a crash course in Italian brain rot. I knew nothing about Italian brain rot before. Oh wow, look at this. It's teeny tiny, but we'll bring it on stream. Look at that. So Ari, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but if you wanted to make it bigger, right, what you could do is go to export and then change the percentage here and make it 1,000 times bigger. And what that does is it scales it using the nearest neighbor algorithm, which doesn't screw up any of the pixel art. So it makes it look like it's still pixel art, but then it's big on any platform. Whoa, really? Yeah. So like if you wanted to share that on Twitter or something like that, if you shared it at the size that you're sharing it, it would just rip it up. It would just make it look like all hell because it doesn't know how to deal with small pictures. But if you resize it times 1,000%, then it will work on Twitter, or you can make it large, or it doesn't have to be 1,000, but with the size that you're working with there, I think 1,000 might be good. And if you wanted to go even bigger, you could of course export it a second time, or just change the image size manually using sprite size. But yeah, you gotta worry about this because this will change the image. So you don't want to save after doing this if you're just doing it to show people, because then you won't be able to get it back without scaling and then some type of interpolation, which may or may not screw things up depending on the size and the ratio and all that stuff. Oh my god, okay, yeah, no, I was just throwing that out there in case you weren't aware. Now I'm picturing shrimp in monster clothes. Yeah, exactly, Cyfix. That's what I was thinking. A capybara coming out of a shrimp body. Because I think there's a cat shrimp, right? Italian brain rot. I don't think I know because I had to do a little studying for that client. A cat shrimp. So this Italian brain rot stuff, I think it's more for kids, but it's a thing. It's like one of those flavor of the week things, right? I'll pull it up. Where are we? So yeah, this is the cat shrimp. And it's all like mostly AI, so I'm not like a big fan of it by any means. I think it's kind of like clearly like low effort, and it's surprising to me that people latch onto this stuff so much. But they definitely do, and there's like a whole lot. If we just do Italian brain rot, like this one's really popular, I guess. The pigeon wearing there's a lot of like mob ones. There's a goose like this. There's this one like this. This one apparently is popular. I don't know why. I don't understand this stuff, but it's a thing. This one reminds me of a boss I used to have, like a buff version of a boss I used to have, which is funny. Another cat, but this one has legs and it's a fish, like the cappuccino one. Like, see, it's in the New York Times. Like, it's a big thing apparently. Italian brain rot. Not really my thing, but kids are into it. Oh yeah, I was using paint.net for resizing before. Oh yeah, you can do it right in Aseprite if you're using Aseprite. That's what I always do. It works pretty well. Like the export feature is nice because then you don't have to worry about accidentally saving over your work at like a different size. It just automatically makes a copy at a different size. Yeah, like skibidi toilet, skibidi toilet. Yeah, that's brain rot, but it's not Italian, right? The Italian brain rot has its own vibe to it. It's all basically AI art of animals mixed with things or other animals. It's the Dadaism thing going on right now. Pretty much. It's not as good as Dadaism. I like Dadaism more. But honestly, if I was like around when Dada was popular, I probably wouldn't have gotten into it then either. I'm not the type of person that gets into trends. Like, I like surrealism, but again, if I was around during like the 20s when it was popular, I probably wouldn't have been into it because it was trendy, you know what I mean? I get you. Appreciate the stuff way later. Like, it doesn't bother me if it was a trend back like 100 years ago. But if it's a trend right now, it bothers me. I don't know why. It's always been that way. I never get into trends. And it's not that I'm not a late adopter, or it's not that I'm a late adopter, because I am an early adopter of things that I strongly believe in. Like SoundCloud, for instance. For instance, when SoundCloud came into existence, I was like really into it before anyone knew about it. Really, I was going around telling people, you need to start a SoundCloud account. This was back in like, you know, mid 2000s, like 2005 or something like that. You know, when it first came out, I was like, I found it and I was like, dude, this is it. This is so cool. And I already had like 3 accounts on SoundCloud before it was like a household term. And yeah, so I mean, sometimes I do like latch on to new things and try to even set the trend or like tell people about it, you know. But a lot of the times when it's something that I don't agree with or can't get into, I'm just like, yeah, I don't really care. Maybe I'm too young because I never heard of SoundCloud. That's hilarious. No, you just don't have any friends that are rappers. You've never heard the term SoundCloud rapper? Or maybe you need to watch more comedy specials, because it's kind of a joke now. It's like for people who aren't good enough to get into the music industry, but in reality the music industry has the bar set like way too high for anyone to get in there, so you end up with like a whole lot of people on SoundCloud. But yeah, it's been a thing for a long time now, and maybe you are too young. You just need to grow up. God, I'm just kidding. You'll get older, and then you'll be like, shit, now I'm too old. Okay, yeah, I don't know any rappers. It's not just rappers. I'm joking when I say that, but like, it's SoundCloud rappers is a thing, right? It's like a profession for people who don't have a profession, kind of thing. I don't know. I have, like I said, I've got more SoundCloud accounts than I can count at this point. I've lost track of how many SoundCloud accounts I have. Honestly, you listen to a lot of AI music. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard anything from AI. At least nothing that was enjoyable. There was one that I did hear though. It was like the worst song ever composed or something like that. I don't know if I can find it, but it was like they like surveyed people on like what the worst music was, and then they made a song based on all of those things. And I don't even know if it was AI, to be honest. I think it might have actually been written by composers. But it was bad. It was so bad that it was hilarious. It was actually quite funny. It was like Western music with like the horse clop, and then it would be like bagpipes all of a sudden, like, and then it would be like, and do all your shopping at Walmart. And then it would be like kids going, yeah. And it was just like all of that together in one song, and it was literally the worst song. Honestly, oh wait, there are a lot of good ones in Sabaton style and about anime. I don't know what Sabaton is, to be honest. But yeah, I'm kind of anti-AI, to be honest. There's not a lot of good that's come out of AI. I'm not 100% anti-AI. I think that we should be using it in better ways. I think using it for entertainment is kind of ridiculous. We're good at entertainment. We're humans and we're good at entertainment. And yeah, it's interesting to say like, oh, well, these computers can be good at it too. Okay, but what purpose does that serve? Because we have humans that are good at it. Why? So it's serving the purpose of taking away jobs that people enjoy doing? Like, why don't we take away the jobs that people don't enjoy doing first? Let's do that first, and then we'll circle back to this whole entertainment thing. That's the way I look at it. That sounds like it would be good punishment to listen to. Yeah, it would have been that, but that's actually illegal in most countries to do that to people. RNG says, well said. Yeah, I'm not saying like, whoa, we can't do any AI ever again. This is the worst thing ever. I'm saying like, let's use it for good. Let's not use it for evil. Because right now it's just like everyone who's out to get a quick buck is using AI. And that's, I get it. The world economy is crumbling and everyone's looking for an easy way to make money. But like taking it away from an artist is probably not the best way to reach the afterlife, if there is one. Let's put it that way. Yeah, use AI to do my laundry. Exactly. Welcome in, Kixie. The purpose is money. There is no money in taking away the jobs people don't want to do, but there is lots of money in entertainment. I see what you're saying, Kixie. I agree that they're doing it for the money, but that's probably not the best reasons to do it. I don't know. But yeah, welcome in. Everyone should check out Kixie's stream if they haven't. She does indie games. And glad to have you here, Kixie. And yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not 100% against AI, but I am against, first of all, the irresponsible use of it, right? So where you have people like scraping just like relentlessly, I think that first of all, that's a person doing that, so that is like a crime. Hi Rick and everyone, hope you're all well. Thank you, Kixie. I hope you're well too. Also, data sets are easier to come by for art, but it's not easy. It's illegal, and I guess maybe easy isn't. Maybe it is easy, but it's illegal, so it should be made more difficult, right? That's like saying it's easy to download, movies, and yet it's still illegal to do that. Your ISP will send you a letter saying, hey, don't do that, or we're gonna like drop you. And that's because there's people breathing down their neck to make sure that doesn't happen, right? And artists don't have that type of conglomerate to function in that way, right? We're not all owned by one company that's saying, hey, stop that art from being, what's the word? Scraped, right? I don't know. I think it's kind of ridiculous that there's no repercussion for that, and that everyone just kind of jumped behind it. So like, yep, we'll do that. We'll scrape everything. We'll scrape personal data. We'll scrape, images, we'll scrape whatever. I mean, like, it's ridiculous because if you like look at like the terms and services of any social media, you're not even allowed to technically post images of memes. If you don't own the image, you're not allowed to post it. That's the rule. That's the law. But the law is always way behind the internet, and no one's going to go and track all of those and hand out tickets and fines, so everyone does it. And everyone kind of just forgets that they don't own the images. And yet, they post it like they do. And it's kind of weird. Yeah, I agree, but also I think reinforcement learning will make the data less important. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about exactly. I mean, I imagine you're talking on more of like a general scale of things, and you're probably right that, you know, as things progress, we'll find better uses for AI. But I don't think this is a necessary step. I think this is like a funding step. And yeah, maybe the funding is necessary, but I think we could be more creative than that. And if we're not careful, we're gonna lose all of our creative influence, right? Because if everyone who's creative now relies on AI for that creative influence, there's no one feeding things in anymore, right? I mean, the AI is already scraping itself. So like, where is it going to get new ideas from, new concepts? I mean, that's what art actually is, right? It's like, if we look at on like the philosophical scale, whenever there was like a major art movement, it was because someone did something that changed how we thought about art. And this is the new paradigm, but it could be the last paradigm if we're not careful, right? Because if there's like no new way of thinking and everything's just being regurgitated, like, how is it gonna get better? I don't know. I've gone off track here. We're trying to make this particular piece better. All right, Boobs, you agree? Yeah. Thank you for letting me know. Sometimes I feel like I'm just like old man, yelling at the clouds or something like that. But like, I think that there's more to art than people want to realize. It used to be something that was like, you know, transcendental, right? Trans is that the word, transcendental? It was like spiritual, you know. It used to come from your soul. And I'm not saying that it can't. I'm just saying that the more you're like just stealing from other people, the less it can come from you. And if you're literally just stealing from other people and just like using prompts to arrange what you've stolen, I think we're gonna see a lot of changes in how people view art and what people consider art. Use AI to eat my shorts. Welcome back, Lumby. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Bart Simpson would have something to say about that. I saw a post where it was like, we need to make sure we preserve everything right now, because past this point, you won't be able to tell even basic facts, what's real and what's not because of AI. And this was like 2023. Yeah, basically. That's why indie games are nice, whereas most AAA games feel so soulless. So you agree with what I'm saying, right? That art contains pieces of the soul, and it's an expression. And when you just rearrange other people's pieces, you lose some of that expression. There's still some expression, I won't deny that. You can still express things, but it won't be as close to your soul as it could be. And maybe that's not important anymore, but I think it will become more important as AI kind of takes over, right? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, exactly. If you don't care about the art, it's, well, soulless, right? People apparently hate having a soul. Well, it's not lucrative to have a soul. People care about money, as Kixie made it clear. It's kind of a weird thing, right? But I'll tell you what, if you cared about money, you wouldn't be making art, because art doesn't make a whole lot of money. I can tell you this. I've been doing art for my whole life, and it doesn't make a whole lot of money. It's very expensive to learn. It's very time consuming to learn. And I think that's where people are like, oh, we'll just cut those two corners and we won't have to learn art, and then we'll make the money that the artist makes. Like, well, guess what? You're still making $0. And I'm just kind of kidding. Obviously, hopefully you make more than $0. We got Wild Shoopit in chat. Fuck you, I'll eat the money. I'll eat it right now. Like, I don't know. And music is an interesting one too, because it's so hard to make it as a musician, and it's just getting harder and harder and harder. And now there's people making AI music, and it's like, well, I guess we don't need to make music anymore. It's like, okay, well, you're not going to stop the people from making music. They'll just stop making money off of music, and eventually that's going to happen to just about every art form, that you won't be able to be an artist as a profession. And if we go down this path, I'm not saying that that's the future of art. I'm saying that, like, if we were to just continue the AI thing, like, straight on, and there was no influence of, you know, other things that might happen, that could be the end of art as a profession, or as music as a profession, or as making games as a profession, or doing anything creative as a profession. And that could be bad. I'm not saying we're doing that. I don't think that the world is going down that road. I think the world is smart enough to pull away, or at least waver on the idea of destroying creativity. Kixie says, eat it all. Damn, I guess I'll just lay down and not make art and die now. Joking. You know what I'm talking about. My feelings on machine learning are complicated. I think everyone's are. I think it's okay to allow that complication too. I think that machine learning isn't wrong. People use it in games all the time. You know, running tests, right? And even like for my game, for Retro Spaceball, I designed something that plays the levels for me, so that way I can pretend like I don't know how to play. I programmed AI that plays like a new player would. They just go after the ball and shoot the ball, and then I can see what would happen. And it makes things like really easy to test. And I can do it over and over and over again, and even calculate the results or whatever. And that is, in a way, machine learning, right? It's a really basic form of it, but it's in essence the same thing. Let's see here. Human art is better, and people will gravitate towards it. I agree, Kixie. I think it's better on a whole lot of levels, and that especially once AI has kind of saturated the market, I think that there will be more of a gravitation towards like handmade art or physical art. There'll be a resurgence of traditional art, you know, things that can't be done by a computer, or at the very least proof that it wasn't done by a computer, even if a computer could do it. But you know, Cyphex, I was actually watching some random shit, and I saw a music video that caught my attention that I thought you would be interested in. And I think the band is called OK Go, and the song is called Love. Yes. So I think you might appreciate that, because they use a lot of robotics, choreographed robotics in the music video. So I think you might appreciate that. Big Lumpy says, though I'll say something that does get me hopeful is the fact that out of all the companies to sue them, Walt Disney and Universal is suing Midjourney now, so hopefully they win. Yeah, honestly, I hope so, but I hope it's kind of a class action lawsuit at some point, because there's no good, like I said, there's no conglomerate of artists that can support the little guy, and the little guy is really what's getting screwed. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, Disney wants their millions, but you know, they're Disney, so they're probably more concerned about their IP getting ripped off than or their pre-existing IP getting ripped off than like a new product, you know what I mean? Where all of a sudden small artists no longer even have a product because you could just get AI to do it because their art was scraped, and that's happening like a lot. They might not, who knows, but I can't believe I'm rooting for fucking Disney. Honestly, and that's how decisive all of this is that it's like anyone who's against the AI conglomerates is probably the good guy in that battle. But we can hate Disney for other reasons. That is the right way to use AI. Yeah, what I was doing with my game. Yeah, I mean, it's super basic, but like that kind of stuff is helpful. If I were to, obviously AI hasn't quite figured out pixel art yet, but it won't be long until someone makes a model that does just that. And they haven't figured out UV mapping yet, but it won't be long until someone makes a model that does just that, They do have 3D models now. A lot of those Italian brain rot models are all AI 3D stuff, and I looked at them. They are bad. They have bad UV maps for the most part. They're done using the same technology as rotoscoping, so they look like not rotoscope. What is the word? Shit, I can't remember the word. The one where they take a whole bunch of pictures and they seam it together. I forget what that's called. Something scope. And they look real bad, is what I'm getting at. They'll get better, I'm sure, but right now they don't look so great. The only way computer-generated art will be admired is if it's a robot draws it physically. But even that, that's kind of a weird thing. Cyphex says, I'll look it up. Yeah, you should. I think you'd appreciate it, because you're into like that whole robotics thing, and it's all choreographed robots and mirrors. And like the mirrors look cool to me, but like the fact that they use robots to do it in ways that humans couldn't do it is interesting as well. It's like finding a use for something that really kind of, I don't know, could have been used in other ways, but being used artistically is interesting. OK Go makes such cool videos. I'd never heard of them before. I just saw it today, and I don't mean to promote something I don't believe in, but it looks like an interesting video, and I'm all for interesting videos. The music itself didn't really, I don't know, it was catchy, I guess, but it didn't really stand out to me as something that I'd want to hear again. But the music video was interesting for sure. Big Lummy says they have to go through what us flesh prison beings go through in order to make us actually give a shit. I don't know if people will ever give a shit about robots, to be honest. Unless you paid for it, then you'll give a shit. Speaking of robots and us not giving a shit, there was this service that was like, they were basically taking the Uber Eats jobs, right? They had these little robots that had like food in it, and then they would like send them to a location and like drop off food, and people were just like treating them like really poorly, like beating them up and opening them, taking the food and trashing them and that kind of stuff. So it's interesting to see people already having like an adverse reaction to that when it's something so simple. I unfortunately disagree with Kixie because I started listening to AI music without knowing it was AI. It sounded good. They have. And not to get caught too much on each message here, but yeah, so like music is subjective, and this is something that I was talking about with a friend earlier, is that it doesn't matter what is technically good, like whether it fulfills all the technical musical things that the expectations that someone might have, or if it's successful. None of that stuff matters. What matters about music and art in general is if it moves you, if it's moving it, if it does something to you, if it touches your soul, if it hits you in a way that moves you. That's what matters. And so each person is going to feel differently about every different piece of art, and that's part of what makes it art. So your viewpoint is completely valid. But I definitely say that I've heard some like AI remixes that weren't so good, and I've heard some ones that were good. So like, I'm not going to sit here and say that all AI is terrible in technical ability or in subjective, and how well it moves someone. But I will say it's not good to scrape other people's work. I think that's kind of ridiculous to like let everyone get away with that. Big Lumpy says a friend of mine had their profile pics done by a friend of theirs who AI generated them. They look indistinguishable unless you actually took a hard look at them. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like if they had them AI generated, but like indistinguishable from what? Like from non-AI art? It is getting better. As long as you like don't have it do, like some of them still have trouble with fingers and stuff like that, you know, like you can usually kind of see it. A lot of like memes are made with AI these days, and when you look really closely you can kind of tell like, oh, there's some weird thing going on with the way the fingers end or whatever, you know. Claymation, yeah, they went viral back in 2000s with Here We Go Again. Is that okay, go? I'm really into claymation. I was really into Tool for most of my life, and Tool did some really awesome claymation videos. Unfortunately, this gives Diffusion Model a bad reputation despite have a lot of good uses. Oh, the fingers? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. People are like okay with it. They're like, Call of Duty used a model or an AI image of like a zombie Santa, but it had like, you know, 6 fingers if you're including thumbs as fingers, and it was apparent. It was like a big old hand on the whole screen kind of thing, like it was reaching out at the camera, and yet they used it in a AAA game, and that's ridiculous to me. And it's also disheartening. I used to want to work for Activision back before I realized they were kind of the scum of the earth. Oh, you were talking about pixel art. Oh, interesting. So AI has accomplished pixel art. Because the last time I checked, it had a lot of trouble with pixel art. But I bet even the stuff that you're talking about, I bet if you look real closely at it, you can tell. And I think he said that basically. Ariboop says, I feel like AI would be good at improving what exists. Perhaps, except that my argument to that would be that humans exist, and humans are already really good at it. So, I don't know, like, we could probably make humans exist better, like fixing their health issues and, you know, prosthetic limbs and stuff like that, giving people who can't see sight, giving people who can't hear, you know, auditory privileges, you know, like doing that stuff. Like, I think that is how we could make things better with it for sure. What is really scary is when AI start automating accounts or cashiers, because that could shake up the economy a lot. Yeah, I'm sure it's already happening. The scams are going through the roof. The amount of scams that is happening. I mean, it's always kind of been this way. Like, throughout all of history, I imagine that scams have always been there, and whenever there's a new technology, there's new scams. And I'm not saying that it's fine. I'm saying that, like, it's getting worse. It's something that we're going to have to deal with. Pixel art should be easier, except for the problem of data sets. You mean they haven't scraped enough pixel art? I think part of the problem lies is that there is no one that cares enough about making just pixel art AI to do that. I think if someone set the rules to say, okay, every pixel has to be this big, right? And then again, like you said, the data sets, where if they only scraped actual pixel art, then that would work. But so part of the problem is, it actually goes back to what I was saying to Ari about how to export pixel art so it can be used on modern web. When pixel artists make something, they export it at a much larger scale of what it actually was drawn at. So that way social media doesn't have trouble, you know, showing it. If you give it, you know, something that's 16 by 16 pixels, on Discord it will make it super small, which is, you know, what it should do. But what Twitter does is it tries to make it really big, but it doesn't know that it's pixel art, so it uses a bilinear scaling algorithm. And what that does is it blurs all the pixels in between. Where if it was actually set to use a nearest neighbor algorithm, it wouldn't blur them. It would just use the nearest neighbor to come up with what color it should be. So, like I said, I think the real reason why there's not a whole lot of AI pixel art is because there's just not enough money behind it. If there was money behind it, they would do it. It's probably as simple as that. But I think I finally caught up on chat. I appreciate everyone with the conversation today. It's always fun to chat with people, and I don't mean to sound like wholly one-sided on anything, really. I think that we're all allowed our own opinions, and all opinions are valid. But yeah, on AI particularly, I find myself leaning towards anti-AI just because of the way that it's being used is improper. It's immoral. But it will get better, hopefully. I can't see it only getting worse. I mean, some of the stuff like scams, I don't think the scams are going to get any better. I think they'll get better at scamming us, but it's just gonna get scarier as you get older. Yeah, it's one of those things. I need to finish this drawing. I think no matter how it is used, someone will be mad. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That goes without saying. And I try not to get upset about things that go on in the world. If I was, then I would just be a bitter person. And I try not to be. I guess we could do like another scratch down this one, right? It's clearly there's like a cat that lives in this house. Oh, we should do it the other color though. Did we put it on its own layer? Oh, let's put it on its own layer. So we'll do this color instead, and then we'll do this color to like, oh, and then we'll use this color to like kind of make it look 3D-ish. Give it some depth. Yeah, I don't mind that it's kind of small, and I think we'll do the same thing before where we put one that like is always there, so that way like people are like, wait, is there a scratch missing? Kind of trick people a little bit, right? We should probably make it like fit. In the tile, sorry. Alright, so we got scratches, we got hole in the wall, we got curtains tattered, we got a hole in the ceiling. Maybe we do something on the floor, maybe like a snake? You know how snakes like to hide in corners? You ever seen that before? Shit's freaky. I won't even see it, and then you look and it's like, oh, there's a snake there. Maybe we'll kind of use that same technique. We'll camouflage the snake in the corner. I'm fighting the urge to give it a hat, like a fez, like in Robin Hood. Yeah, you've dealt with a snake before, you know what I'm talking about? I imagine you got snakes where you are. I haven't seen any here yet, but I imagine they exist. I'm in too much of a suburban area to see anything like that. I see bunnies. Lots of bunnies. Bunnies were so cute. I don't know if they were fighting or if they were like doing a little love dance or what, but they were like jumping over each other. Like one would like dart at the other and then the other would jump over the other, and it was so cute. I remember I volunteered at a exotic animal sanctuary and I started mostly in the reptile and canine section. Yeah, you mentioned that before, I think in Kixie's stream. That must have been a really interesting experience. Should we give it a big cartoon eye so we know that it's a living creature? Otherwise it's gonna be hard to like give it a face. We could like try, but like... It doesn't look like a snake. Maybe we scooch it up a bit. That looks a little more snake-like. There's a snake. I dig it. I like it. It looks like a snake. It's got a funny face. Although I don't know about maybe we do one of these. I don't think we can do that. I guess we could. Maybe we should. I don't know. Cryptic, welcome in. How you doing today, Cryptic? If everyone hasn't checked out Cryptic, they should. They are a mod of mine, an awesome, awesome artist, and they play games. When's your next stream, Cryptic? Are you planning to stream anytime soon? It was. Isaitic says, I spent a lot of time with a snake on my shoulders, so I'm quite familiar with them. Right on. I found motor spawn. Cool, cool. This weekend. Nice, nice. I made a teleport that leads to the second bone mass island. I haven't actually gone there yet, but there's a teleporter that leads there. It's in my pad, in my super cool psycho killer home that has no furniture. But yeah, we do have an ad. I think I'm gonna use this ad to make some more tea, if that's okay. I know we're already a minute in, but I'm tealess, and I'm just gonna get more tealess as time goes on. And it's getting later. I don't want to be up too late. So yeah. I gotta teleport to motor also. Whoop whoop, get that tea. You need the caffeine. Yeah, yeah. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Sorry about that. And yeah, let's figure out how to work OBS here. There we go. Alright, break time. I'll be back. Okay, I am back. Sorry, I did not forget about you. Let me check something real quick. For some reason, Discord hasn't been turning on streamer mode automatically, which is kind of annoying because I got kind of used to that being a thing. And now I guess I have to turn it on. It says automatically enable disable, but it doesn't seem to be doing that anymore, so that's weird. But it's enabled now. Well, welcome back. Thank you, Cyfex. I appreciate that. Thank you for hanging out. Alright, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not a terrible number. Let's do a tile count and see how we're doing. We've got 140, so we still have like 50 tiles that we can use. All these blank tiles. We could do more cobwebs. We could do like a small cobweb. That's not a bad idea. We'll call this one Snack. And we'll make a new layer, and this one will be cobwebs. Maybe we do white cobwebs, since we did black before. They're not the best spider webs. But I think that will be hard. What do you use Discord for? For Discording? For chatting and stuff? I use a Discord for my studio. I use a Discord for work. I use Discord to talk to my business partner. In your stream setup, I don't use it in my stream setup. I just use it to chat. But when I'm streaming, I don't want blips to come through, and I don't want the message to appear in the corner. You know, if I get sensitive messages, I don't want them to be exposed onto Twitch, right? Because some of my clients either have me sign NDAs, or sometimes we just don't want everything being, you know, sometimes it's personal conversation. So yeah, that would be my reasoning there. But also that blip sound is super annoying when you're in other people's streams and it goes blip blip. I like look at my own and I'm like, wait, I didn't get a message, because I get messages all the time, and sometimes it's like work stuff, so I have to like pay attention to it. So when I hear notifications on someone else's stream, it kind of irks me a little bit, so I don't want to be that guy. Oh, see, I didn't know Discord had a streaming mode. That's what confused me. So yeah, technically it's supposed to automatically do it, and usually it does, but recently it hasn't been for whatever reason. Just like this last week, it hasn't been turning on automatically for me, and I don't know why. So I've been manually turning it on and off, which is kind of a pain. Because it doesn't turn off by itself either. Yeah, so what it does is first of all, it doesn't have the message that pops up in the corner, and then it doesn't have the sound, and it doesn't show their full names. It'll just have like the first letter of the username. So that way if you do pull up Discord, it won't expose anyone. Although for some reason Ariboop's name isn't being truncated. My name is, but Ariboop's isn't. It seems buggy. It seems like it's bugging out. Yeah, some people's are not truncated and other people's ours. I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is. It's acting really weird. I think it's a bug. That's what confused you. Ah, okay, I see. So we got a spider web. I like it. It's like tiny. People will forget about it. We'll trick people with it. Maybe it'll be one of the harder ones, right? So that's what snake is 5. cobweb, normal 6. I feel like we should have some more things that are just like on the wall. So maybe like, I know we've done enough blood splatters, but maybe a blood splatter that you don't that won't disappear, or maybe just like someone threw some food at the wall here. I don't know. Maybe it's not blood. Maybe it's a tomato. Let's scooch it up one. We could do another one over here to even it out. Oh, I got that on. I'm like, why is it doing that? I don't know. This space needs something, but maybe not. I don't know. I'm thinking really hard right now and sipping my tea. It's good tea. Alright. Alright, maybe this is good. Maybe we don't need anything else here. This is part of the room. We can just merge that down. We've got the normal curtain, and that's the only, everything else is just abnormal. So yeah, we'll export, well first we'll save it, then we'll export it. Export as, we'll call it, we'll just call it that, yeah, that's what we want. And then we'll make a new one. Oh, let's turn off the curtains.
I'm waiting!
Oh. Vizini is such a kooky person. Oh, this should probably be behind the curtain. Wait. Yeah, like that. Alright, so we got the curtain. Oh wait, that looks funny. What happened there? What's going on here? Oh, is there something in front of it? The ceiling hole? Well, that's weird. Alright, we've got our curtain, ceiling hole on, exports, underscore normal, if I could spell, normal 1. Alright, so we'll put the curtains back on, and we'll turn off the whole exports, normal 2. I really like these little sound alerts. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I spent a lot of time putting them together. So we got normal 1. Oh wait, we've got normal 2. Now we need normal 3. Exports, normal 3. Lost an L. have to guess on the L because the L is missing on my keyboard. Also the O. I've typed LOL so many times that the L and the O are just completely rubbed off. Alright, so we've got 3. We'll do 4 now.
The same way we are using.
I always think of this business talk. Wait, what about the cobweb? The cobweb wasn't on. What happened there? How long has it been? Uh-oh. I think we need to look. We'll go ahead and agree. So there's no cobweb there. No cobweb. There's no cobwebs at all. We need to redo all of those. Whoops. I turned off the cobweb. I didn't mean to. Alright. Normal 1. Replace, yes. We turn the abnormal on. Oh, that's what happened. And then the ceiling hole. Export normal 2. Replace normal 3. Replace normal 4. The snake. I like the snake. I think the snake is a nice touch. 5 and then 6. Okay. And that one, we'll save it. I needed to lay down after that conversation at LMAO. Which one? The AI conversation? Yeah, it got a little bit I won't say heated, but it was definitely a conversation. It's a pointed topic, right? Isn't that what they call it? The world is very decisive right now, or divided. Everything is very divided right now, and I don't mean to make things any further division. Divides, polarized. There you go. That's the word. I'm saying all these other words. Polarized is the word. Divisive, decisive, divisive, polarized. Yes, it's not decisive. Well, it is decisive, but it's also indecisive. But yeah, divisive is more the word that I'm trying to say. But you're right. Polarizing is probably a better word for it. Anyway, you're back. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lay down. And yeah, don't let it get to your blood pressure, you know? It's important to like, I don't know, accept the world for what it is and just and be good on your own, keeping on. Alright, so we got this. This is good. Let's put it in the game engine now. Frontrooms Normalities.
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
My blood pressure is gonna explode.
Oh, a beautiful save!
We just saved, Lumby. We saved right before you came back. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. Alright, so we got a new wall.
Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
I feel like we need to find that business speech. I just don't remember where I learned it. Someone else, oh yeah, here it is. Someone else brought it up too. Like, it became a thing. So it's really easy to share. I'm glad too. Because I have no idea where I learned it from. It's a business greeting. Inigo's guide to networking success. 1, a polite greeting. Hello. 2, your name. My name is Inigo Montoya. 3, relevant personal link. You killed my father. 4, manage expectations. Prepare to die. You need less business and more weed. I would take it if you got it. I haven't smoked weed in since March. Since the end of March. And it was like the tiniest little bit. It was like a sliver of weed. It was like a tenth of a gram of weed, right? It was like the smallest amount. It wasn't even, it was like a 20th of a gram of weed. It was literally one hit. And man, it really did a number on me too. I was like running around the house. I took a shower. I was like, cause I was packing to get, you know, the last of my stuff out of my mom's house. And I was like, what else did I forget? I know I forgot something, but I remembered everything. But yeah, this is what I always think of whenever that comes up. Inigo's guide to networking success. But this is real. This actually works in life. This is how you say hello to someone. You have a polite greeting. You state your name, or at least your pseudonym or your handle, and then 3, relevant personal link. I know you from so and such's stream. Manage expectations. I'm an artist too, or I'm also a streamer, or I make games, so I might send you a link to a game that you don't want to play. But yeah, I think this is great. I'm glad that someone made it into a thing. I kind of want to share it. I'm not one to share memes, but this is shareable. We'll minimize that. I think I'm broken as a college student. I don't drink coffee or alcohol or smoke anything. Even soda is a rarity. Prepare to die. Yeah, no, honestly, you're in a good spot. You should hold on to that, you know? I mean, I'm not one to say like, oh, don't smoke weed, because I've been smoking weed my whole life, up until recently. And I will say that it can cause you to have nightmares if you smoke it for your whole life and then stop. So that's definitely a thing. But it also, and not to promote it too much here, but it also allows you to see things from a different perspective. And it works really well for that. Whether you're prepared for it or not isn't up to me or the rest of the world. That's like a personal thing for sure. Big Lumby says, I'm one to say, please smoke weed. As for drinking, coffee is really not good for you. It stains your teeth. It's addictive. There's more than enough caffeine in it. You could easily get the same effects from drinking tea. Tea stains your teeth also. Caffeine in general should kind of be avoided because it is a slippery slope, right? Once you start, you get a tolerance to it. It's kind of like smoking weed. You need to smoke more to feel it. You'll never get that first high. But caffeine leaves the system a lot faster. So there is physical withdrawals from caffeine. And you'll get a headache if you're addicted to it. Or even if you're just drinking a cup a day, you'll feel the effects of not getting that cup. So yeah, I think you're right to avoid coffee and alcohol. And like I said, weed, if it's not, I mean, it's illegal in your state, so you might as well avoid it, because Texas is pretty hardcore about that shit. And I wouldn't want to get caught smoking weed in Texas, let's put it that way. I've heard that their cops are less than nice, and yeah, so there's that. If it's legal in your state and you're old enough, then why not? Give it a shot. You know, if you're with the right people, if it's something that you're interested in doing. If not, then don't. You know, it's like, it shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't be this whole like, you know, oh, are you cool, man? It shouldn't be like that. So yeah. I go to university in another state. Oh, cool. Well, it's up to you, you know. If you're an adult, it's your decision to make. I avoid soda because if I drink any caffeine, I won't sleep for 16 hours. I'm kind of the same way with caffeine. It either has too much of an effect, or it doesn't have any effect because I'm already drinking it. But yeah, we've got another ad. So yeah, we're going to work through the ad here. We'll delete these W's. We no longer need them. Oh, we need to put them in the right folder. So we've got backgrounds, back rooms, front rooms, backgrounds, and then we'll open this folder. Alright, we've got this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. We'll copy all of these and we'll put them in this folder that has the README, and we'll paste it there. And then we'll go back to GB Studio. But yeah, I mean, personally, I enjoy smoking weed. You know, not to like I said, I don't want to make it sound like a good idea for people who haven't tried it yet or anything like that. But I think, you know, different strokes for different folks. Some people are, you know, they like enjoy having a beer or a glass of wine or whatever, and I like smoking a bong from time to time. Yeah, it is very expensive though, and that's the number one reason why I stopped. It's not cheap, and honestly, it's not good for you. There are adverse health effects from it. You're still smoking. I mean, unless you're eating it, but even if you're eating it, that ain't good for you either, because unless you're making it yourself, it's not very healthy, and it's basically illegal to make it yourself unless you're like not giving it to anyone else and only, you know, keeping it at your house. And there's all types of hoops you gotta jump through, and it all depends on your state. So I'm not even giving any legal advice here. I have always been too log on. So I think weed might break my brain. I'm not sure what you mean by to log on, but oh, logical. Well, it has different effects on different people. I don't think it's going to make someone who's like non-creative a super creative genius, but it might make them feel a little bit more creative. Whether or not they come down from their high and look at what they've done and think, wow, that's really creative or not, that's kind of up in the air. It's not going to turn around and make anyone better at anything, but it will give you a different perspective. That's for sure. That's almost for certain. Oh wait, okay, I'm looking at the red line like it's the end of the level. I was like, what the hell's going on there? It's an interesting point of view, and it can definitely change people on a philosophical level. It causes you to ask questions that you might not ever ask, and that can be a good thing, that can be a bad thing, and it's different for different people, you know. Like I was watching this comedy thing, and this woman was saying that she smoked weed for the first time and started to question Christianity for the first time after being a Christian for like 25 years or whatever, or maybe it was like 30 years or something like that. They smoked weed for the first time and then decided that they were atheists. And I'm not saying that's good or bad, but it is important to like sometimes ask questions that you normally wouldn't ask, and I think there is an importance to that. What type of question? Philosophical questions. Like, why are we here? What am I doing with my life? You know, is it wrong that I think these things? You know, things that are that we've been questioning since the dawn of mankind. What is love? What is worth loving? You know, what is creativity? You know, what do I enjoy? Even little things like that. Like, what are things that I actually like? What are things that I enjoy? And then, you know, when you're not stoned, you might be like, oh yeah, of course, I like steak, I like soda, or whatever it is you do or don't like. And then when you're stoned, you start to think like, I really like being hugged. You know, you wouldn't have thought that maybe, you know, like it might have been true before, but maybe you didn't think about it that deeply. You thought about it only on a surface level. And that's kind of, it like brings more depth to your perception is what it does. Sometimes. And then other times, all you can think about is like, cereal would taste so good right now. What if I mixed all the cereals together? And believe it or not, mixing all the cereals together is actually really good if you haven't tried it. I shouldn't eat cereal though. I can't eat gluten. But when I didn't know that, it was really good. I see. That's really interesting. It is, yeah, and it's one of those things. It's like there's a lot of judgment that gets cast on drug users in general, but we're talking mostly. Hey, Karipu, welcome in. Karipu's taking notes. There's definitely like, you know, I don't want to say good drugs and bad drugs, but there's drugs that make people have an adverse reaction regardless, and then there's drugs that may or may not have an adverse reaction on people. And unfortunately, over time, if you do something all the time, it will eventually lead to an adverse reaction. We kind of realize this even with cannabis and psychedelics, or even mild psychedelics like cannabis, right? Because cannabis is a mild psychedelic. A lot of people who don't smoke weed don't realize that. It took me until I started smoking some really good stuff to realize, holy cow, this is a psychedelic. That's what that is. And also, I didn't really quite know what a psychedelic was until I had, a harder psychedelic. And I definitely don't recommend that for like regular everyday people. And honestly, it's a decision that everyone should kind of make on their own, and it's an illegal decision, so you have to account for that. And prepare yourself and have like what they call a trip sitter, someone that you can trust, and all of those things are prerequisites. So like, it's definitely not something to just like jump into. However, a less potent psychedelic like cannabis, when you're of age in a state where you can obtain it legally, it could be a decent time. Give yourself something to do that you enjoy doing, and then sit down and do that thing you enjoy doing with a different perspective. And you probably will end up not exactly doing what you thought you were going to do, so sometimes it's good to have options. Like for me, I like to do art and make music and make games, so I'll have all of those things prepared and ready before I start lighting up. Otherwise, I might just start scrolling on my phone, and all of a sudden 5 hours have gone by, and I'm like, wait, what just happened? You know what I mean? So I don't know, that's a thing. I'm not surprised that it's a mild hallucinogenic. Yeah, it is a mild hallucinogenic. I mean, sometimes it's less mild than other times. You'd be surprised how strong it can be. They make the extracts, and then there's like very potent extracts. I've seen people smoke extract and just literally pass out, like instantly, just like fall asleep. And it's kind of scary when that shit happens, to be honest. I definitely don't recommend extracts to people who haven't, like, yeah, the dabs are insane. Cryptic knows. Cryptic knows. What blows my mind is that when they made cannabis legal in some states, there was like no line drawn with extracts. Like I had no idea extracts would They would go from a felony to it's okay, like it's legal, like just don't drive, like overnight basically. That felt really weird. It still feels weird if I'm being absolutely honest, because extracts are like they can do things to you that you wouldn't expect. You just wouldn't expect it. Yeah, my dad did that and looked like a corpse in his office chair. Oh shit, that's scary. Yeah, drugs can be very scary, and cannabis extract is definitely more of a drug than just the leaf. That's just, you know. Oh, before we do that, we should probably set up all these other things. I didn't think about that. That sounds terrifying. Yeah, like drugs can be terrifying. Absolutely. I mean, I'm someone who, and I don't mean to get on like a super dark subject here, but I literally lost my best friend to a fentanyl overdose. Like 11 years, or I say 11 years, in 2011. It was, I don't even know how many years ago. But yeah, what, like, now I'm trying to figure it out. What, 9, 10, 11, 12, something like that. I'm sorry to hear. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, it's been a long time, but I still think about them all the time. They were my literal best friend. Like, I'm not just saying, oh, I lost my best friend. Like, we were friends since junior high. We were in multiple bands together. We hung out all the time. We talked to each other on the phone. Like, we were very close for our entire lives since we met. And it was very hard. It still is very hard. So drugs aren't something that should be taken lightly, ever. And yeah, some people, they, you know, back in the day, cannabis was always considered a gateway drug. Like, oh, you're going to be doing heroin next, and that happens to people, and that's bad. So, like, there is that to weigh in. I'm not saying that cannabis is going to make you do heroin, but you might start asking philosophical questions that lead you to answers that lead you to a rabbit hole of drug consumption, and that's not good. You know, it's a philosophical journey that's sometimes better off not taken. Sometimes people have deeper issues that they can't address, and then there's escapism, right? And when you have deep issues that you're not willing to address, you find ways to escape, and sometimes those ways don't do what they used to do before, so you find further ways to escape, even further and further and further, until you're no longer with us, and that happens, and it's very sad. But yeah, like I said, I didn't want to make this take a dark turn, and you know, that, yeah, going down that road so close to starting my master's may be a bad idea. Yeah, I don't think you should ever just like willy-nilly make a decision that could change the rest of your life. But yeah, you know, it's different for everyone. And the way I see it is, if you're already at the age where you're like getting your master's degree, you've probably already made the decision, and that's fine. There should be no pressure to readdress that unless you feel like it. Yeah, I mean, personally, I've always had a extremely strong curiosity towards hallucinogens. When I was very young, in 5th grade, we had the DARE officer, right, to keep kids off drugs. The DARE officer came into our school and told us about hallucinogens, and I was like, I read the piece of paper. Hallucinogens are drugs that make you see things and hear things that aren't there. And I said, I raised my hand, they called on me, and I said, how is this possible? how is that physically possible? And she said, I don't know, I've never taken a hallucinogen, but what they told us at the academy is that it's like when you have tunnel vision. And I'm like, what do you mean by tunnel vision? And she's like, well, sometimes when we're chasing a perp, the adrenaline hits us and it causes visual effects, and you only see what's directly in front of you. And people have said that hallucinogens cause a tunnel-like effect where your vision is adjusted and your perception is adjusted. And that was enough to leave me curious for the rest of my life. That little bit that she told me, she was very honest. She told me what she knew, and it just left me curious. Yeah, I find the biological mechanisms of this stuff very interesting. There's a book that I read called, now I've never taken DMT, dimethyltryptamine, but there's a book that I read called DMT, the Spirit Molecule, that was written by this doctor who was one of the only people, at least at the time, to get the substance legally and to do legal experimentations with it. He had the first few chapters of the book is like him talking about all the bullshit hoops that he had to jump through just to be able to do the experiments, and then the rest of it is about the experiments itself, and it was insane. Before I read the book, I was interested in DMT. I hadn't tried it. I didn't know anyone that had. By the time I finished the book, this is like a 500-page textbook, right? By the time I finished it, I had no desire whatsoever to take DMT, but I was still very interested in it, because DMT is the most potent hallucinogen known to man, and it's produced within the body. In fact, almost all living creatures and a lot of plants produce DMT. It's a very strange alkaloid, I think is what it is. It's a very strange chemical, and the theory is that humans make enough of it in your brain to feel the effects of it at 3 points. When you're born, if you're a woman and you give childbirth without drugs, and when you die. Those are the only times that theoretically DMT is put into your bloodstream in a way that you can feel the effects of it. So it's basically nature's best pain reliever is what it is. That reminds me of when I was running extreme distances and would see things like believe a rock is a dog. Exactly, it's the adrenaline. The adrenaline is also a hallucinogen. It's just a different type of hallucinogen, and it changes the way that you perceive things in a different way than most hallucinogens does. But in a way, it still causes hallucinations, like thinking a dog or a rock is a dog. It heightens your awareness is what adrenaline does, and hallucinogens like LSD or psilocybin do the same thing, but they also heighten your perception of like variables, right? When something could be this or it could be that, and you're not quite sure, your brain will think it's both. And this isn't for everyone. I mean, this is like different people have different effects or whatever, but say you're looking in the kitchen, but you're not directly looking at the cupboards? I don't know how to say that word. You're not looking at the cupboards, and you're not sure if they're open or closed. But you're in the kitchen, but you're not directly looking at them. You're looking at a person, and you're keep maintaining eye contact with that person. But now your brain is wandering and thinking, did I close the cupboard? Well, in your peripheral view, the cupboard might be opening and closing really, really fast, right? And just like and then when you look at it, it might be one or the other, or it might do something really weird like drip to the floor and bounce back up. You never know. DMT is realized when dying. Yeah. But it's also in North American strawberries. Like, seriously, like it's in almost everything. But our bodies have this, our digestive system breaks it down, is what happens. So if you wanted to trip off of North American strawberries, you would have to take what they call a inhibitor. I think it's a MAHO inhibitor or something like. Maybe I got the acronym mixed up, something like that. And if you were to take that same inhibitor and eat chocolate, it would kill you, because your body needs this MAHOB or whatever to break down chocolate. But that same thing that breaks down the chocolate breaks down the DMT, right? So there's it's not the most it's not the most safe way to take the drug, apparently, because just eating something could kill you. How did that happen? So I gotta make sure. OB. No, that's not right. MHA inhibitor. MAO inhibitor. MAOI inhibitor. That's what it is. So it's like a whole chemical thing that I don't really know a bunch about. It's crucial to be aware of food and medication interactions when taking MAOIs. Patients should consult with their doctor to discuss potential benefits and risks of MAOI. Yeah, so it's like this whole other chemistry thing that it's like a workaround. But for some reason, when animals and plants were created, they were given the ability to create DMT. And it's a very strange thing. But what gets even stranger is that in this book I read, written by a doctor who did perform scientific experiments with the stuff, he mentions DMT entities. There's like a whole chapter or two on it in the book. And this is enough to freak anyone out. Apparently, it's a mass phenomenon where people who take enough of DMT witness entities. Some of them see them as angels, some of them see them as elves, some of them see them as, cartoon characters. And in almost every case, they're non-threatening and they're trying to help them get to the other side, essentially. And it's really, really freaky because they'll have conversations with them and they'll come out of the trip and remember the conversation. And this guy was writing all of this down in his book. It was really kind of a trip in itself. You've heard this. Yeah, it's some strange shit. All right, so each of these, so we've got 6 of them. We need to add 6 to this variable. So 34 plus 6 is 40. That's an easy one. So 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. And then we should probably write down what everything is. Hey, Puke 7, welcome in. Terrence McKenna in the Machine House. Puke knows what I'm talking about. Welcome in. Yeah, we got on this weird tangent of drugs, and first it started with mild hallucinogens, and now we're on to the most potent hallucinogens. But welcome in, Puke. It's always good to see you. Room 3 West, right? So 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Oh wait, we already did 35. I'm going the wrong way. 37, 38, 39, 40. So I'm just writing down what each of the new anomalies are, so that way I have like a chart so I can keep track while I'm debugging. And yeah. So this one takes us to this room, right? So that's the only one we really need, and that's the same as this one. So we'll copy this event from here, and we'll paste it in place of this one. And that takes care of that. We don't have other variations for these two yet, so we'll just have to change those later. Yeah, how did we end up here talking about AI? Because AI is on drugs. Disney and Paramount are suing Midjourney. Yeah, we were talking about that actually. We actually had a pretty deep conversation about AI. You missed it, Puke. But yeah, I'm actually enthused for that. I'm not a huge Disney or Paramount fan. Probably more of a Paramount fan than Disney. But either way, I'm not a conglomerate fan. And both of those are quite large conglomerates. But I'm glad to see them work together to sue Midjourney. I think that there should be a class action lawsuit. I think that's the case. I think that all people who have put anything on the internet should be compensated at this point because they used all of our images without asking us. Did you know it's possible to make AI dream by training it to attempt to recreate the environment it is designed for and turning up the randomness? Isn't that how Deep Dream started? Isn't it like the one of the first viral AI image processors back in or image generators back in like what was it, 2013 or 14? I think it was called Deep Dream. Yeah. The ones that looked like this, right? When the AI images first started getting popular, that was like all they knew how to do with it. Was like crank up the randomness. That was the only way they could make it viral. And I don't know, some of them were interesting, but also they kind of make me feel sick, right? I don't know. It's not that interesting. I have never heard of Deep Dream. It's a little bit older now, so yeah, that makes sense. But it is, I mean, if you're learning about AI and you're interested in that stuff, you might want to know the history of it, because it wasn't that long ago. It is just getting longer ago, but it wasn't that long ago. Yeah, I had that on my laptop. The more times you ran it on the image, the more it turned into dogs and other things. Yeah. Well, wow, not bad for 2010s. Yeah, it wasn't terribly great either, but yeah, that's what it did. It would take the randomness and just like crank it up, and for some reason what it was trained on was like mostly birds and dogs, and so everything would, like, if it had a circle, it would turn it into an eye of either a bird or a dog, basically, and if you had a bunch of circles, there'd be a bunch of birds and dogs if you kept sending it through. And then they did videos based on like the single frames. They would send the single frames through, but it used to take like a long time, I think. I don't know, I never did it. I sold a painting to someone, and they sent me an image of the painting that they had sent through Deep Dream, and they're like, look, I made it even cooler. I was like, okay. I wasn't gonna say anything because he paid me, you know. It was his art to do whatever he wanted with, but I didn't feel like it was cooler. You know what I mean? More trendy, perhaps, but it felt like he was missing the point. I don't know. I mean, there was stuff called AI in the 1970s that would do predictions on stuff running on Lisp machines. Yeah, the generated images from the 70s were really cool, actually. Oh. I don't know if we'll be able to find them anymore because there's so many new stuff. I remember my one of my friends had a poster on his wall that was like really cool. Yeah, it's really hard to find now. Everything is just AI, like modern AI now. Can't see. All I'm finding is 70s themed AI images. Yep, nothing. Internet's so weird like that. Information that was readily available not that long ago has been completely just buried by like non-relevant information sometimes, and that's kind of sad. Alright, so there's 6 of them. So we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just organizing these a little bit better. Alright, and then we need to name them. Oh, we should probably move them all down. Oh, what happened there? Select them all. Not collect them all, but select them all. Oh, did you find one? Yeah, I was talking about AI logic, not drawings. Oh, AI logic. Oh, interesting. Let's take a look at what you got there. So that's interesting, but it wasn't as cool as the one that I was looking at. But also the one that I was looking at may have been from like the 90s or even the 80s. But yeah, computer generated drawings. Although this one says 2007. This one's 2001. So the article is about it taking place in the 70s, but then it's showing art from the early 2000s. Oh, that's not what we wanted. Cancel. Cyfix says, I'm gonna step out for a bit. Yeah, take your time. Thanks for dropping in though, I appreciate it. Damn, it's all good, Puke. It's all good. But yeah, there are ads starting to... I'm gonna snooze them. Snooze the ads. Alright, so we're gonna rename these. So we'll name this one Normal 1. I can't even spell normal. I keep calling it Nomrad. Nomral? Normal. Alright, and then... Oh, that's the trigger. We want the room. Normal 2. Normal 3. Normal 4. Normal 5. But Puke, how did the rest of your stream go? Did you get anything good figured out today? Normal 6. It's been really interesting watching you work on Orange Island, to be honest. Like, you're the only dev I know that streams 6502 assembly. There's another dev I know that streams was it Z80 assembly? But it's so different. It's crazy how different it is. I got those spike shoes to work and fixed a bunch of bugs. Well, fantastic work. Congrats on that. Sometimes you gotta celebrate the small victories, you know? That helps you get through it. But honestly, if it was me, I would be celebrating every line of code, because that is such a different world than what I'm used to. Like even with like C# and stuff like that, it's just so different. Like all the instructions are in code. Just remembering that must be hard. Do you have like a reference book that you refer to all the time? Because that's what I would do. I would probably have like a printed out sheet of all of the instructions, and then my own notes of where the memory allocations are, right? Because isn't that a thing, you use like certain registers for like memory and stuff like that? It's such a different world to me. I really wish that I could just like dive into it. I made a Hello World in I think it was the Nerdy Nights tutorials, or no, maybe it wasn't the Nerdy Nights. It was something similar to that, and it took all day for me to figure out how to just copy the code from the internet and get the programs to work together to compile a Hello World thing. And I was like, man, I really want to like at least put my own art in the background. I couldn't even figure that out. So it's not easy. You have numerous tabs open, ready for reference. Well, that's very smart. I've pretty much memorized the opcodes. Right on. I know a couple of them, but not off the top of my head. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know them at all. If I saw them, maybe I would be able to tell you, oh, that's that has something to do with the accumulator, you know, like or like that has something to do with bit shifting. Maybe. I've used bit shifting like once in C#, and I didn't fully comprehend it. Alright, so each of these needs a separate image. So this one gets normal 1, room 3, west, normal 1. This one gets room 3, west, normal 2. Room 3, west, normal 2. Room 3, west, normal 3. That's why it's good to write the names down. Room 3 west, normal 4. Room 3 west, normal 5. And room 3 west, normal 6. Fantastic. There's a wild Whimser in chat. Alright, so now when you turn this way, we need to add some events to tell it what room to go to. So we'll do if var compare with variable. Actually, we don't want it to be a variable, we want it to be a number. So you can just click on that and change that there. And then this is the variable, so normal variation is what we're calling it. And if it is less than 34, or wait, no, if it's less than 35, then we want to take it to this room. So we're going to copy this, we're going to paste it here, and then we're going to say if it's greater than 40, then we're also going to take it to that room. So at this point, we should probably make a group, because we're going to have to copy and paste all this stuff. And groups make it much easier to do that. So we'll rename the group. We'll call it Room 3 West, Room 3 West Group. And then we'll start copying these. Copy event, paste event. I like to put it in the middle so we can have it go to 36, and we'll change this to equals. So if it's equal to 36, Then we need to change it to normal 1. Room 3 west, normal 1. Room 3 west, normal 1. I don't know why it's out of order here. Is there a spelling issue? I don't know. But room 3 west, normal 1 is there. And it's got the right thing there, so that's fine. Alright, so next we will copy this, paste it there. We'll go 37, and we'll change it to normal 2. Room 3 west, normal 2. Copy it, paste it, do it again, 38. Room 3 west, normal 3. Copy it, paste it, 39. We'll do room 3 west, normal 4. Then 40. Wait, that can't be right. Did we skip some? 36. Oh wait, we didn't do 35, so that's an issue. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. So we missed one. So this one is actually going to go to 6. This one is going to go to 5. This one is going to go to 4. This one will go to 3. This one goes to 2. And then we'll make a new one that's set to 35. And that will go to 1. Um, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 6. Alright, so that's all for that room. However, when you click on this button, it also needs to go there. And this button needs to go to north also. So we've kind of skipped that. So let's go ahead and grab that. We'll copy it from here. So this one goes north. We'll paste it there. We'll delete this. And then this one is going to go west. So we'll take it from here. Copy it. We'll paste it here. We'll delete that. And then this one goes west. So we'll paste it here. Delete it from there. And then we'll grab the north group from here and we'll paste it here. Because that one takes you north. Welcome back from the ad break. I hope it was something that actually was decent. I mean, I saw this ad. It looked kind of cool. I'm gonna be honest. The ad looked kind of cool. And then the product at the very end had nothing to do with the ad whatsoever. Just absolutely nothing to do with the ad. And I was left like not wanting the product that they were advertising. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. They should have left that commercial for something that was more like the commercial. Having a cool looking commercial is not going to sell a product. Especially if it had nothing to do with the commercial. It had like literally nothing to do with the commercial. Alright, so this one goes to the south room. But we want it to take you to the right south room. Got your attention though. I did look at it. But there's no way in hell I'm checking my credit score through some app. Because that is like the stupidest thing that anyone could ever do. Right? Not to mention like, I don't need to check my credit score. I went to a bank and they checked my credit score and they were impressed with it. So I don't think I need to download an app to check it. Yeah. But I was proud of my credit score. They said it was extremely high. Oh, did that with Mint 12 plus years ago. I don't know what Mint is. Is that like a thing? A credit score app? I was always told never to use credit score apps because it actually hurts your credit. It was kind of cool to see all of my balances in one spot. Oh yeah? It was a banking app. Ah, okay. I am kind of hemorrhaging money at the moment, but it won't be that way forever. Doesn't affect your credit. I think it depends on what it is, but I've heard them advertise that it doesn't affect your credit, but that's not going to make me trust them either. Doing a credit score check is bad for your credit score. That's what I was told. That's what I've been told my whole life. Maybe things have changed, but that was always what they told me. Just the fact of checking your credit score affects your credit score, but maybe that's only when a company checks your credit to loan against it. From what I've been told, it was the apps themselves that were doing it, not just for loans and stuff like that. But yeah, loans affect it too. But it's typically when you don't make the credit check, right? So like if you're like applying for a credit card, they're like, oh, you can apply for a credit card, and if you get the credit card, you get 30% off your purchase at the mall or whatever, and you apply for it, and then they check your credit and they say, oh, you know what, you didn't quite make the credit check. Well, then that would hurt you, but if you did make the credit check, then it wouldn't hurt you, kind of thing. It's kind of a weird thing. But then again, I'm not like an economist. I didn't go to school for this shit. I have no idea really what I'm talking about. I'm just basically giving you hearsay. I'm just parroting information that's been told to me, and it may or may not be true. So do what you will with it. I strongly advise you to do your own research before you do anything that involves credit or loans or anything like that. It would affect your credit even if you got the card. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. But then if you used the card and paid it off, then you would get that back, right? So this is something I know very well. I've only had one credit card my whole life, and they keep trying to give me a bigger thing, and I'm like, I don't need any more. Like, what am I gonna do? Pay it off faster? Like, I just pay it off as soon as I spend something on my credit card. I just pay it off. Like, I don't even wait for it to be due. Cause there was a couple times I was late and I felt like stupid as hell for being late. But that was back like way back when I was like in college. One time, story time. One time I was in college and you know, like OG Kush just hit the streets, right? This was before they called it OG Kush. It wasn't even OG yet. It was just Kush, right? And that was like the first time that really potent pot was just available all the time everywhere. And I was like out of money because I didn't have any money at the moment. But I had a credit card and I had been using it a lot. You know what happened? I lost my debit card. So I did have money, but I lost my debit card and I needed to buy shit. And I had a credit card. So I was just buying everything on my credit card. And my dealer buddy, oh damn, Puke's here, yeah. My dealer buddy, he said, hey man, I got this really good shit. You gotta try it. And I was like, dude, I lost my fucking debit card. He's like, you lost your debit card, just get a new one. I'm like, I'm in the process of getting a new one. It takes time. I don't have it. He's like, well, why don't you just use your credit card? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, just put your credit card in the ATM machine and withdraw from your credit card. I was like, you can do that? He's like, yeah, you can do that. I was like, no shit. He's like, yeah, I do it all the time. So I go and do it, and I get 20 bucks from it. Well, I overdrafted my credit card account with that $20. So it ended up costing me like $80 for that $20. It was the most expensive gram I'd ever paid for. Oh my god, it was good weed, but yeah, it was $80 for that gram. And that was the last of my money. I had no more. I had to wait for my debit card. I do it all the time. Yeah, the dealer, he just wants his money. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I need to catch up on what Cryptic wrote here. What we see? This is something I know very well. Checking against loans, lines of credit, payment history, length of credit owned. These are the things that affect your credit. Ah, okay. But the apps don't affect your credit? Is that what you're saying? What up, Lumpy? Nothing much. Doing Pixelate. Paxelate. Nice. No cash advance fees. No. Yeah. Oof, this story. Yeah, it was bad. It was almost as bad as the time that this. I can only imagine they were like a homeless person who didn't look that homeless. We got Liquid Television. Puke, you remember Liquid Television? Only the old school people remember Liquid Television. In fact, I don't even remember. I learned about it after the fact. Anyways, one time I was walking home from school. Oh yeah. Nice. I was walking home from school and this dude wearing like sweatpants and like a t-shirt, right? And they weren't like clean sweatpants, right? They were like pretty dirty sweatpants. Follows me. He's walking alongside of me, and then he starts talking to me. And he's, you know, acting like a friend, acting friendly, and he's like, "Oh, I know you from somewhere." I was like, I don't think you do, man. He's like, "No, I definitely know you from somewhere. You go to shows." I was like, "Who doesn't go to shows that goes to college here?" He's like, "Yeah, but I met you before." I was like, "Where did you meet me?"
Listen.
Hey, Teacher Water, welcome in. It is time. We're telling a story about when I got ripped off. When I was in art school, there was people that would just like hang out by the art school to rip college students off. Anyway, so I'm walking, and this guy starts talking to me. He's telling me that he knows me, and that he's seen me at shows, and that we've spoken before. I'm like, "Where do you know me?" He's like, "From the House of Blues. I do security at the House of Blues." I was like, I never go to the House of Blues, man. House of Blues is like mainstream shit. I don't party at the House of Blues. I had seen like one band at the House of Blues the whole time that I was in Chicago, and I don't talk to security guards. That's just not something I do. So I knew he was lying, but then he's like, "Hey man, you want some smoke?" I was like, "Hold up, you got some smoke?" Because he was like, he wasn't even like that. It wasn't even like, "Hey, you want some smoke?" He was like, "Hey, you want to smoke this joint? Right? You want to smoke this joint with me?" And I was like, "You got a joint?" He's like, "Yeah, man." So, hello there, Greens from Brazil. That's crazy. I do security at the House of Blues. Looks like a meth head. He looked like a meth head for sure. Well, he didn't look like a meth head. He just looked like a homeless person. I mean, he wasn't like scary looking, but he definitely looked like he didn't have any money. And he's like, "You want to smoke this joint?" I was like, "Okay, I'll smoke a joint for free." And he's like, "Well, come with me to this alley." Pretty poor decision on my part to follow him to the alley. We should have just said like, "Hey, let's just smoke it here. We're in Chicago." Listen, Rick, you're talking about Chicago. You're describing a meth head right now. You'd be surprised. In Chicago, there's not as much meth as you would think. It's definitely like PCP and alcohol and probably fentanyl these days. There's not as much meth as you would think in Chicago. It just doesn't make it there, you know. I'm sure there's some, but there's a lot more of the other stuff. All the meth is up here in Milwaukee. Absolutely, yes. There is a lot of meth in like smaller cities or like rural areas. Phoenix has a lot. Anywhere where it's easy to produce the stuff. In Chicago, there's actually not a whole lot of like free space to produce the stuff, so I think that's part of the why it's cut down. The mafia pretty much runs everything in Chicago, so it's mostly mafia drugs that you see. And I'm sure the mafia has their hands in meth, but at least in Illinois, it seemed like it was mostly produced by. I'm calling all of Wisconsin rural, yes. I've never actually been to Milwaukee, I don't think, but I know it's probably the biggest city in Wisconsin. But yeah, all of Wisconsin is pretty rural. Anyways, so long story short, the guy doesn't have a joint. Big surprise, he doesn't have a joint, and then he's like, well, hey, I'll sell you this weed. And I was like, but you don't have a joint. He's like, no, but I got some weed to sell. I was like, I'm not really interested. I don't have any money. And he's like, oh, come on, man, you got some money. How are you getting home? I was like, I'm taking the train. It's like, well, you got money to take the train, right? I was like, but I'm taking the train with that money. And he's like, $5, man. I'll give it to you for $5. I was like, that's literally how much my train ticket costs, and that's literally all the money I have. And he started like getting the weed out that he didn't have. And then he's like, give me your cellophane. And I was like, okay. I gave him the cellophane from my cigarette package. And then he's like, give me the foil. I was like, the fuck do you need the foil for? He's like, give me the foil. So I rip off the foil and I give him the foil, and then he proceeds to wrap, and this is not in front of me. This is while I'm like not looking. He like, I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what he asked me to do, but at some point he was away from me for a second. And he wrapped paper in the foil, put the foil in the cellophane, and then used the lighter to seal it. And then basically made sure that he got my money. He asked me if I had any more, and I said, I don't. You got all my money now. And then he gave me this Ziploc, or this cellophane that had nothing but foil and paper in it. And I didn't know that there was nothing in it until I got home, like an hour and a half later, because I was going home from the city. But there was nothing in it. It was just a wadded up piece of paper that I paid $5 for. It was scary though, because I knew that I was being robbed, and I knew that if I like did anything that could end poorly for me, and like he wanted that money, and at a certain point I was just like, you know what, man, you can have it. And then he gave me the fake weed, and I went on with my day. And I think I paid for the ticket with my credit card. But yeah, it could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse. He starts shoving weed down my throat, down your throat. It's actually just wheatgrass and Ziploc. To be fair, it's better than getting fucked up by that meth head. Exactly. I don't think he was a meth head. I think he was a SoundCloud rapper. Who also don't have any money. But there was another time. If we're on the topic of getting ripped off as a college student in Chicago. This other time, this guy, oh wait, this one doesn't have, wait, two of them don't have, oh wait, no, this one does. I was like, well, where's the web? The web's missing there. The web's not missing there. Okay, we're good. So this other time, I was walking. I think I was smoking a joint outside my school, or smoking a hitter outside my school, which was like pretty common for me in Chicago. Pretty much every day, a few times a day, smoking hitters in the alley there, right outside my school. And dude walks up to me and he's like, "Hey, you guys go to this art school? I used to go here," he says. I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, no, I used to go to this art school." And then he's like, I was like, "Well, what do you do now?" He's like, "Oh, I'm still an artist." I'm like, "What do you do?" He's like, I follow the Grateful Dead, and I sell art following the Grateful Dead." I'm like, "You serious?" He's like, "Yeah," and he showed me his Grateful Dead tattoos. And then he's like, "Do you want any doses?" I was like, "Shit, man, sure." You know. And then he's like, "All right, well, follow me to this alley." So we're in the alley, and this is on like State Street, off of State Street, and it is a rundown alley. And I'm like, man, I'm not feeling so good about this deal anymore. I think I'm just gonna go back to my school. And he's like, no, dude, we're like at my place. We're literally at my place. You can just stand right here. You don't have to like go anywhere. I'm just gonna, you don't have to give me anything. I'm gonna go to my place and get it, and I'll come right back down. So he goes into this like one man only, no females allowed, one bed per room hotel, right? It's like one of those like, it's a homeless person hotel that they don't allow prostitution in. They're like, that's like their one rule, no women, because we don't want any prostitutes. Like it was a weird hotel, one person at a time. It was like State Street Hotel, right? And it was like the cheapest hotel you could get in Chicago, but you wouldn't get it. You wouldn't, even if you had no money, you would find somewhere else to stay. And so he goes up to that room, comes back down with a backpack, and he says like, "All right, man, I got it." You know, like it's I can't remember what the price was. The price was normal, and I think I bought 4 hits from him or something like that. And he pulled out from a sketchbook of watercolor paper, and that's what it was. It was just watercolor paper that he had cut into squares, and or he had like perforated. He like went up and perforated some sketchbook paper and brought it back down. So I think he might have actually been an artist, but probably not selling it. Anyways, I got my roommate to try it with me, and it did absolutely nothing. It was just paper. Yeah, he's the lyrical miracle. Never follow a hippie to another location. Pretty much. Yeah, I live here in the alley. Pretty much. Yeah, it got sketchy real fast there. But you know what? I'm glad it didn't go any worse, you know? And I learned my lesson. This other time I didn't get ripped off, but this other student did, and they literally bought broccoli from this homeless person. It was literally broccoli. This guy walks over to me and my buddy who like smoked every day in the alley, right? And he walks up and he opens his hand and says, "You guys want to smoke this with me?" And we look at him and we're like, "No, we don't want to smoke that with you. What is that? We don't know where you got that, but that is not weed." He's like, "This homeless guy just sold it to me." I was like, "That's fucking broccoli, bro." And it's not even good broccoli. It's like moldy, old, stale pocket broccoli. We're not smoking that, bro. We felt bad, so we let him smoke our shit. Alright, so this should be good, I think. I'm just like staring at it at this point. This one goes south. Oh, this one goes east. This one goes west. We've got the west group. This one goes west. This one goes west. I think we're ready to test it. Let's test it. been staring at it long enough. We did a whole not a lot today. We did not a lot today. We did this room, or this wall, with 6 different variations, and that took a long time. A lot of chatting. A lot of chatting got done. But that's okay. I made up for yesterday not having any chats with pretty much anyone. And, yeah. So this only takes like a split second to build here. We're getting all these warnings for room 3 north, but I haven't seen any issues with it because we're not going way over on the tile limit because, well, we're not using any UI. That's the real reason. If we were to use UI, it would be all garbled. But we're not, so it should be okay. I haven't tested each variation yet though, so I could be wrong. Some of them might need to be optimized. Alright, it's almost done. Here we are, front rooms, normalities. So we know the first one doesn't have any normalities, but we kind of want to see this new room. Hey, look at that. We've got the new, it's got a snake. It's got some stuff on the wall. It's got the scratches. It's got the hole. It's got the cobwebs. It's got the curtains. It's got everything. This room has nothing. This room has nothing. But if we hit this button, it takes us to that room. That's pretty cool. If we hit that one, it takes us to that one. If we go there, it takes us there. And if we go to this room and hit this button, it takes us there. And if we go either left or right, it takes us there. Anything normal? Nope, not that time. Alright, now we find the normalities. This room looks clear. Oh, wait. No, if we go back. And then we turn around. There's no blood underneath the picture frame there. Uh-oh. Things slowed down for a second there. I don't know what was up with that. Anything normal? Yes, there was no blood where there should be blood. Oh, we got the coat. That's an easy one. That room looks clean. That room looks clean. I don't know this room as well. Oh, there was a hole in this wall. So the new room is working. Hell, you like that, Lumbee? This one says death. This one's tough. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's nothing. Was there something else in this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm cheating now. That's how difficult the game is, that I'm cheating and counting. This room looks good. That room looks good. That room looks good. Wait. That room looks good. Let's go back to that first room. The first room looks good. I think there's nothing wrong. Or nothing normal. Or is there something that we missed in this one? Oh, yeah. There's no blood underneath the doormat. That's a tough one. I had to count again. I literally had to count. I say it's cheating because normal people wouldn't know how many is in each room. Unless they were themselves the developer. Sometimes I forget, but I've been going through this so many times that I kind of remember. Although these rooms are new to me. New to me? New to me. Alright, I don't think there's anything. We're gonna say no. I think that's the good one. Yeah, we got it right. Nothing here, nothing there. So this room's clean. I think that's everything in that room. Oh, there's a slime missing. I'm missing the slime. The chalk line. Wait. There should be more scratches on this wall. It's a trick. I was autopiloting. Ah, the guy under the rug. That's a good one. I like that one. So I think we need to give it more levels, because there's like 40 different normalities and there's only 10 days. But yeah, I was kind of thinking it would be cool to do like modes. Like easy mode, hard mode, or easy, medium, and hard even. And have it be like how many days you can go. But yeah, I don't think we've had any issues with this. So this one's at 192. This one's 183, 192, 192. This one's at 200. And this one's at 197. I think we're okay because we're not using the UI, and we did already see this one. 197, 200. We've already seen this one, and then this one doesn't have a hole in it. I don't know if we've seen this one yet, to be honest, but I think we'll be okay. And then this one has 200, so, and that one we've seen, we know is okay. So it's definitely okay then, because it's the same amount of tiles as this one. So that's cool. Let's save this. Got a new level. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't mark down what each one was, and that's going to be helpful for the future. So let's do that real quick while we have it fresh in our minds. Curtains. Oh, let's not do that. So curtains, and then ceiling hole, wall hole, damn it, I lost my thing. Oh, did I lose it again? I'm just trying to do my thing. Alright. Wall hole. And then scratch mark. Wall scratch. And then snake. And then cobweb. The cobweb one I think is gonna catch some people because it's so small and it's like a different color than the other cobweb. And yeah, see, this cobweb's like that darker color, this one's lighter color. But it's got more light because it's by the window, so. I'm kind of thinking and trying to visualize here. This one clearly is gonna have a door. And then this one, maybe another painting? Or maybe two paintings this time? But the paintings seem easy. Maybe we make normal paintings, but there's like their eyes change. Or maybe the paintings are always creepy, so that way you're like waiting for them to change, but they don't change. We tried that before on this wall, but it was too small of a wall to make a good image. I was trying to do like a dead fish or something. Did not work. The tea is gone. Sorry, I'm just lurking in other people's streams here. Yeah, so let's see here. We got these are good. I think that we should save this and work on Demonfish Dead Ahead some more. So we'll close this project. We'll close that. We'll close this also. And let's open Demonfish Dead Ahead. We'll work on some more music. Party time. Fishing game. We'll pause this and let's see here. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong thing here. So let's listen to the music we made last stream. I think it's Battle Music 6 here. And I have no memory of what it sounds like, so this will be interesting. The triplets. I remember now. So we've got 6 battle musics. I want 8. So we do need 2 more. And then the boss music, which is battle music but different. Just so we have it in the back of our minds, let's play the first boss music. So if we take a look at the kicks, they're kind of overpowered in the first part, but you hear it now. Then let's look at the snares. I think we've got double kicks going on. So we've got duty kicks and then noise kicks. Let's hear what the noise channel sounds like by itself. Oh. It's a creepy sound. By itself, it kind of sounds broken. It's kind of like a drum and bass vibe. I love boss music, by the way, but it's not easy to make because it's got to be scary, but it also has to be like intense and not just like drones or anything like that. Like, it's got some droning in there, but it's also got this beat. Anyways, let's get back to the battle music before we lose the vibe on that. So let's make a new song. We'll go 12 underscore battle music 7. And it may or may not turn out to be battle music, but I think it will, so that's why we named it. And we're gonna start the same way with the low kick on C, and I don't know, maybe we just go back and forth. I think this might work. So then we'll go to the noise channel and we'll do a green snare. And I'm just guessing here, and this might not be what we want. It's definitely not what we want. Let's try that instead. That is what we want. All right, let's go to the duty and do the bass line. We've been using this short pulse for the battle music bass. So, and we've been doing some really cool, like, I don't know what you call it, sequences, right? So the last one we did triplets, and that turned out really good. What if we do octave? And then we take that and then we move it to there. And then we take it, take it again and move it to like there. And then we do it again and move it to like there. I feel like there should be a gap, so we'll take all of the lower ones and give it a little gap there. So what if we move these ones to match the snare? No. Let's try that again, but only one. No, I don't like that either. It sounded better where it was to begin with. The good news is I like it. Second, we're going to do the same thing we've been doing with these battle tracks. We're going to copy everything from this one, paste it onto this one, and then we're going to add that treble melody with the vibrato. And we did leave a nice space, and we could just follow the same notes, and that would probably sound pretty good, but we can also change it up. So let's try doing that. And then this one starts there. And then this one is like there. And then this one is like there. Let's try this. So it's close, but not what I want at all. Really. So that note is off for whatever reason. I don't know what happened there, but... Alright, so I like that, but what we'll do is we'll duplicate them so it does it twice on each. Alright, so I do like it. I think. I don't know. Yeah, I do like it, but let's put some percussion in these second ones. So we'll make this one a 2 and this one a 3. And then we'll take everything from 1, or from 0, and add it to 2. And then everything from 1, and add it to 3. And then we're going to add some hi-hats to the in-between ones. Because we've got all this room. And then we'll add crashes to this one, but first we'll add the open hi-hats. You know, we should do something different here. And now we're gonna add the crashes. All right, and then so we'll just copy all of this on the noise channel. Cyphex Aethermind is back. Welcome back. We're making music for Demonfish Dead Ahead now. We're making battle music. This is the 7th of 8 battle musics. So let's start from the top.
There you go.
So those crashes didn't work too well. Also, there's not enough variation in this.
Oh, what a save! No doubt about that one.
Huh? What?
Hello. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Thanks for all their names. Cyphix says, blood for the blood god, spleen for the spleen couch. Spleens for the spleen couch. I don't know much about the spleen couch, but I imagine it deserves spleens. Oh, we only changed one of them. Let's do that to both of them. Which one did we change? That one? Alright, so we'll go to the noise channel on 2, we'll copy it all, and head over to the noise channel on 4, and paste it there. And we'll go to 1, start at the top. I think it was too high. So, and the crash doesn't sound crash-like. So maybe the crash is too high also. Let's take both of those. And we'll move them down to like there. And try it again. It had a weird loading glitch there. Let's try it again. I like the crashes, but I feel like the hi-hats that get real low here could be up just a little bit. If earlier is any indication, we don't need hinges where we are going, guys. Is that from something? I've never heard that. Are we blowing the hinges off of the door? Oh, we're unhinged? So I like this, but I think we could do something with just the percussion. So let's go ahead and make another channel or pattern, and then we'll go to our noise channel here, and we'll grab just the noise, paste that there. So now we have just the noise, but let's do something more interesting with it. Let's do let's go even further with that. We'll go like that, and maybe like this. Hey yo, did you have a chance to check out my revised alternate title track? I did not. I've been streaming, but thank you for letting me know. I can check it out on stream if you'd like, or I can do it on a break maybe. I mean, we spent an hour talking about hallucination form drugs. Yeah, hallucinogens. Yeah, I've always been interested in hallucinogens, so like that's not a big surprise to me. But it's not something that I do, at least anymore. Something happened where they found carfentanil in liquid LSD in Canada, and that just changed my mind about everything. And granted, that was probably like a Johnny says on stream is fine, but it's your stream. I was looking a bit for that. We can check it out on stream. Let me finish what I'm doing here, because I want to make sure this has the same vibe. But it's an interesting topic. I was looking for a bit. Well, I appreciate the lurk. And there is a Pachirisu in chat if anyone wants to pokey catch. What was I saying? Oh, carfentanil, if you're not familiar with it, is a much more potent version of the already potent fentanyl. So literally a grain of carfentanil is lethal to humans. I don't know what they use it for. It's probably like an elephant tranquilizer or something like that. But they found it in liquid LSD in Canada. And granted, this was like 15 years, 20 years ago or something. No, it's probably only like 10 years ago. And after I heard that, I wasn't interested in taking acid anymore. Or really any drugs, because if it can end up in acid, it can end up in anything. And I'm not trying to die just from taking a drug. Yeah. So, yeah, that kind of changed my perspective on things. So, if you are going to take drugs, get it tested. That is like, it costs money, but it's worth it. They make drug tests. They work. Test your drugs before you take them. If you're going to take drugs, test them. There could be anything in there. It's unregulated. Things have gone crazy, and the world is out to get you. And so be paranoid. Be very paranoid, and do everything before you take the drug, because you're going to get very paranoid when you're on the drug. So yeah. Call Me Kixie says drungs are bad, okay? Cyphex says, I have also heard weed nowadays is more potent due to genetic engineering. Absolutely. And I mean, it's crossbreeding is what it is. Genetic engineering isn't really the best term for it. Genetic engineering makes you think that you're splicing cells and shit like that, splicing DNA, and it's not. It's just crossbreeding, which is a lot healthier, I think, than genetic engineering. But in a way, it is engineering the genes. So it isn't not genetic engineering, but it's horticulture. Yeah. It is horticulture, but it is a way of genetically engineering plants. I mean, we've been doing it as humans forever. We've been genetically crossbreeding cannabis in particular since like before written history, believe it or not. Cannabis is likely the first drug that we knew how to cultivate as a society, or as a species. Anyways, let's listen to this real quick, and then we'll listen to what Johnny made. Oh, I forgot to kill. So whenever you use some of these, you need to like put in either a command that kills it or give it a note that does have an end, because some of these notes don't have an end. So what I'm gonna do is go onto the duty channel, and this note here, I'm going to put one of those little farty short pulses. I call them farty because they make this little boop sound, and I like it. So we're gonna throw it way down here, and like right at the end, or probably not at the end. We'll do it right next to the end. And what note was that? This note? We want this note. So maybe there. Here is like a little fart. Where is the Indie Maniac when you need him? He always farts in the stream. Johnny says there's a silent instrument you can use too. Yeah. I'm not sure if there's one on the duty channel though. Oh wait, there is, the empty one. That's right. I like to use the fart though, believe it or not. I think it's interesting to make it end with a fart. I'm just not sure if it's in the right spot. It sounds interesting that it ends so short like that, but maybe it would sound better if it has like one extra note there. Or maybe we'll use the empty one. But I do like the fart. It adds more percussion to it. I think that works though, because it kind of ends it. But I feel like it needs something just a little bit more for the noise channel here. And I think maybe we just need to... Oh, I'm changing the color of those, and I'm not meaning to. I think we just need to move these. So that way they go in the opposite direction of the crash. So I'm not sure if that'll be enough. This might get too high. Hold on, that glitched out. Let's try that again. I think that was okay, but I couldn't tell. Okay, I think what we need to do is move these down. Like that. I think that's what we want, but I also think we should put something here, maybe? Maybe another crash? Maybe we use the other crash?
Slow going? I don't know, suppose you could have sped things up.
Now I'm wondering if we need to crash at the beginning of all of them. Because it sounded good. I think also these should have that fourth hat there. I'm not sure what happened there. That one, and that one, and that one. All right, let's try one more time here. I think this might be it. I don't know, I just thought about something. What if this one at the end had double snares on all of them? Because it's got the double, maybe a crash there. Maybe another crash there. I like that. I think that sounds good. Gotta be FK for 15, but I'll check the VOD later. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we can take a listen to that. Sorry it took a second. I was just about to do it, but we're gonna save that first. And we'll take a look at what Johnny sent. We'll give it another listen. We'll keep listening. It definitely sounds better than the last version. It has a stronger hook, and you can tell where it is. It's actually right there, this part. And these are both strong changes. And then there's the anticipation, so that's good. And then it goes back to the hook. So it definitely sounds a lot better. One thing that I could say would probably, in my eyes, improve it would be to give the percussion like a little bit more volume than the instruments, but not all of the instruments. The bass is already pretty quiet, so I would say adjust the other instruments to be lower than the drums, or make the drums a little bit louder, and probably dynamically as well. So a lot of the times when, at least in like pop music or popular music or contemporary music of today, you have the loudest instruments are either the kick drum or the snare drum, and sometimes the bass, but that's usually for like electronic music that has really loud bass. Typically, and the kick drum is kind of considered bass also. So if you have really loud bass, then you would also have a loud kick. But that doesn't mean that they have to be together. Even if there is no bass, the kick and the snare, one or the other, should be louder. And then the other one should probably be the next loudest. So it's like, the kick and the snare are usually, in today's music, usually quite loud, and one is louder than the other. Time to go to bed. Thanks for coming, buddy. Thanks for dropping in, Eduardo. I appreciate that.
Hey, listen!
It is time.
Playtime is over.
Playtime is over. That's a good ending. Well, take care, teacher Eduardo.
You
Appreciate
seem a
being
decent
here.
fellow. I hate to kill you.
That's a good one. There's the strange snare, I call it. I can't remember which color it is. In the noise, it's either the yellow or the orange. I can't remember which one it is, but one of them has like a metallic sound to it. It's not the metallic sound, but it's the snare that sounds metallic. I feel like that one works, but it almost might work if there was might work better if there was more. Oh, that's the wrong song. I'm like, wait a second, that's not it at all. So I heard one there. So there it was at the beginning of the hook. So I feel like it only happens once, and maybe if it happened a couple more, or it's like two times or 4 times in the hook, and then maybe even happens again sparingly during the rest of the song. It's definitely getting better. Although honestly, I feel like it sounds more like level music than title music, but I don't know. I get a medieval kind of vibe from it, which maybe that's what you're going for, but it definitely, to me, feels more level than title. I'm wondering if the hook could be repeated, and that might make it feel more title-y. It's hard because of the way the song is trimmed, where it starts in the hook and then it ends at the end of the hook. So maybe the hook is repeated. It's hard for me to tell from the way that it's trimmed, but I feel like the hook should be repeated. That's the hook there. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. And then maybe even do the dun-dun-dun, 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 and then do the key change there. But yeah, it's definitely coming along. It definitely sounds better than the last version you sent me. I haven't completely read what you've written, Johnny, so forgive me for that. The arpeggios and chromatic slides, people love that shit. So if you can do it well, people love that shit. They hear that and they're like, yes. Chiptune arpeggios and chiptune chromatic slides. Personally, that's not something that I'm like really good at, so I haven't really messed with it too much, especially in GB Studio. But I found my own little things that I like that work. Like the bass line doing the triplets and the quick octave changes and stuff like that. Or what I call the Widleys, where it changes between the 3 different or like 4 different duty channels. Like I'll go treble, or I use this vibrato one a lot. Where the hell is that? Is this it? No, the vibrato one. I use this one a lot, and then I'll go into like orange, yellow, green, or I'll go green, yellow, orange, or I'll do some variation of that after the vibrato. And it's got this like really weird sound. And then also I like to use the fade out one as well. The fade out ones, those, or even the fade in. Sometimes I'll throw those in there too, and they provide like even more texture to the effect. So I guess what I'm saying is that I like to use texture instead of using the slides and the arpeggios, but people love arpeggios and slides. So this one is different than those ones. I'm not sure if that's right. I don't think it is. Let's fix that. Yeah, that's the only one where it does that. Pormento? Is that how you say that? Can never say that word. Let's get the music back while I look this up, because now I need to know. Portamento. Puke7 knows. That's the chromatic slide. Alright. Thank you for pulling. I didn't have to look it up. Thank you for having that knowledge on the top of your head. Portamento. Yeah, for some reason I get the pour sound part, and then I'm like, there's a mento at the end. It's like a pimento. But it's not pimento, I know that much. So I'm not gonna say pimento. Actually, next time I'm probably gonna call it pimento. Just out of fun. Alright, so let's listen to what I made real quick again. I'm not sure if it needs the crash there. I think it might help it. I think we want it. I think at least on these ones we should do the crash. I think it's right there. I don't know, let's hear it from the top. I like it more with the crash. All right, that sounds good. I like it. I know there's no melody in the last part, but I feel like there's enough melody in the first parts that it kind of adds, you know, counterpoint to it. So it's like we've got the bass juxtaposing with the treble, right? So we got 2 bass, 2 treble, and then we've got just drums. And then it kind of abruptly goes back to 2, 2, and then 1 again. So it's got like this kind of attention grabbing loop to it, but it also works as a start and an end to the loop, right? Because it sounds good starting here, but after the first time you play it, it almost sounds like it starts with the ending of that one. Back, did I miss my world premiere? Yeah, you did. Sorry, I did it right after you left. To be honest, I was just about ready to, and then when you left, I didn't realize you'd be back so fast. But we could listen again, and I can explain what I said. I like it, but I do think, first of all, I really like the changes you've made. I think that you've done a great job changing it, and the key change is in a better spot. I do think that a couple things, I think the mix could be improved with either the kick or the snare being louder than the rest of the mix, and then the other being like the second loudest probably. And then also I felt like the hook, which would be like, let's play it so you can know what I'm talking about. I didn't change any harmonies. Right on. But there's a lot less going on, it feels like. It feels like it's more cohesive. There's no key change, I mean. Okay. Well, maybe that's why it sounds better. So this is the hook. And then it goes into this part, which sounds good. These changes are good. This change is good. This change leads anticipation, which is good. And then we've got the hook again. But I think this should repeat twice. And I can't tell if it does because the song ends here. So I'm not sure if that's like the end and then this is the beginning. The way that the song is trimmed makes it hard for me to know. But I do think that the should happen twice before it goes into the other thing. But then, yeah, I do think that either the kick or the snare, I'm not sure which one, should be the loudest instrument, and then the other should be probably the second loudest. It would take some listening and noodling. But then also, I mentioned that I feel like the song might work better for level music than it would for theme music. And I'm not sure if that's just because I haven't heard it enough or I haven't seen it with the title screen yet. But it has like a medieval kind of vibe to me. And it definitely, I don't know, it just feels like a level. But maybe I'm wrong. That's just a vibe thing, you know? It's kind of subjective. But I think you've done fantastic work with this. I think it definitely sounds better. Like those couple improvements, I think might vastly improve it. So even with those few improvements, it might all of a sudden sound more like theme music to me. But I feel like it has almost an environmental quality to it, where it's like the music is almost describing a place rather than like the game itself or a character, if that makes sense. It's a pretty short loop, so I was thinking it might be too short for a level. That is true. That is true. It might be too short for a level. So one way you could extend it, if we look at what you wrote here, sections 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4, and so there's only four sections, right? So what I would do is, so I think 1 is the hook, right? So what I would do is I would do 1 1 2 3 4 1 1 2 3, and then maybe 5, or do 4 5, or even 4 5 6 or 5 6, right? So add 2 extra parts as a bridge, and then go back to the start essentially from there. So either end at the bridge, like it sounds like it's going to go back into the chorus. So the trick to making a good loop for me is to confuse people of where the ending is, right? If they don't know where the ending is, it's easy to know where the start is because that's where the song started. But if you don't know where the end is, that's good for a loop. That's really long for a title screen, though. Exactly. No, I'm saying if you were going to make it level music, that's what I was trying to describe. Right, but it's not a bad length for title music as it is what I'm saying. I would double the hook either way, though. I think it's a strong enough hook that you want to hear it twice. And whether you do that at the beginning or the end might make a difference in how you perceive it, right? Because you could do both if it's a loop, right? If you're just going from, 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, and then 1, and then 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, like that might work. Or you could do 1 1 2 3 4 1 1 2 3 4, or you could also possibly add a bridge in there to lengthen things up. See, and the other thing is that if you do a short bridge, people won't even realize that it's there unless they're really listening to it. And if they're really listening to it, then they'll appreciate it because they're going to hear it loop anyways, right? So it's a way to make a short song longer without feeling too long or too short, right? By adding a bridge in there in like a strategic location in the pattern. It's not always easy to do. Sometimes that coming up with that bridge can be the most difficult part of a song. But bridges are a big part of contemporary music today. Almost all songs have some type of bridge. It might just be like a 1 note or like 3 note, 2 note, 4 note, or whatever, just like a tiny bridge. Sometimes it's just a little bit of silence, and then it goes back into the chorus. You'd be surprised what people can get away with. But yeah, I think that you're onto something for sure. And yeah, what you say about testers, I think that it's important to get randoms. Like, I know that we've been asking our friends, and that's cool and all, but we should probably ask some random people. And I'm not saying like go door to door or like cold DM people, But you know what I usually do with like Retro Spaceball, what I did, and what I typically do with Source Hack, and I didn't do it so much with Demon Fish Dead Ahead because I knew there was always bugs, and I haven't really had the chance to do it since I've fixed the bugs. But I'll go to different Discords that I'm in. I'm in like a crap ton of different game dev Discords, right? Where they always have like share your game, and I'll share it there, and I'll say, hey, I'm looking for, you know, critique. I'm looking for someone who tear me a new one, basically, right? I'm not asking for like the worst possible feedback, but in a way, I'm looking for someone who might provide the worst possible feedback. I want to hear the worst case scenario. I want someone to try to hurt my feelings, essentially. You know, not on purpose, like just say things that aren't true. I'm not like asking for, you know, pain, but at the same time, I want someone to be as truthful as possible, and I'll let them know, like, I'm looking for honest feedback, negative or positive. Either way, I'm happy to hear it, and I'll let them know with the link, you know, that like, and that kind of gets a different type of person. You might get game devs, which is difficult because it's hard to figure out if they're a game dev or not sometimes, and you should try to figure that out. How about recording from GB Studio Discord? That's not a bad idea, but you're going to get game devs that way. There's no gamers in the GB Studio Discord. What we could get, which would be helpful from there, is noobs who aren't quite really, you know, seasoned game devs yet. Technically they're game devs, but they're not seasoned, they're not super experienced. They're gonna give feedback like a player would. If you use seasoned game devs, they're going to give feedback like a game dev would, and there's a time and a place for that. But you kind of have to like note that it's a seasoned game dev's advice, because sometimes they'll see things the way a player won't see things. They'll see things like a game dev does, and they're vastly different sometimes. Only sometimes. By the way, don't know if you saw, but for the poll I did, 4 out of 4 people had the opinion of using all 4 tracks for music as preferable. Well, I didn't see it recently, but I saw what BeatScribe wrote, and it sounded like BeatScribe said that it was more preferable for action games to use the sound effects. But he said it as a shooter, which is kind of a weird thing to say, but I think he meant action games because not just shooters have sound effects all the time. But I did see what people wrote. I also saw that BeatScribe was the first one to say something, and everyone just kind of follows what BeatScribe says because it's BeatScribe. But also, I think he was kind of mispresented the information, right? Because of the way it was written. And also, he kind of did say that action games should have sound effects. But I think, honestly, if we're going to get real feedback, we got to ask players. Because asking a composer if using 4 tracks is optimal, they're going to say yes. They're going to say use 4 tracks. If you ask someone who's witnessing the game feel, you're going to get different results. I'll tell you, my fear, and I'm going to throw on some music here so it's not just me talking into the silence here. My fear is that if we make the sound effects cut out the bass line, people on Steam are going to see that as a bug. People who don't play Game Boy games are going to possibly find the game and say there's a bug with all of the audio in every level. And that's not going to look good on a comment. And Steam is the kind of place where you're going to get negative comments about stuff that you know about, things that you don't know about. People can be harsh and they can say things without even doing any research, and yeah. So that's my fear, is that it's going to make the game look bad if people say there's bugs because the audio doesn't even work on the first level. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. If you give it to someone who only makes Game Boy games, they're going to be like, oh, well, that's okay. It's a Game Boy game. Or only plays Game Boy games or makes Game Boy games. If people who know retro games, they'll be like, oh, it's like in the old days when the sound effects used to cut out the music. They'll recognize it. But if you give it to someone who's new and doesn't know and has no idea about the limitations of the software, they're playing the executable from Steam, they think that it's just made to look like a Game Boy game even, they're not gonna be as forgiving about that stuff. Personally, I am more forgiving about that stuff when I play those games, but you know, to me it comes down to the game feel, and the music does affect the game feel, but the sound effects are going to affect it more. So I mean, it's up for grabs, really. It's a subjective thing. I mean, if you want to go based solely off of the poll that you gathered, like that's one thing for sure. If you want to keep getting more results, I would say it might make sense to word things a little bit more like evenly. It just seemed like you were searching for an answer and you got the answer, but it sounded like you even got the other answer, but then like switched it to being your answer in my eyes, because it sounded to me like BeatScribe said using sound effects in shooters is important and will kind of screw up the music. If you don't use, or if you're cutting out the music in a shooter, that would be bad. But I know Pyrotoad isn't strictly a shooter, but in some ways it is. You do shoot things, but mostly you're jumping all the time. And if we choose not to have a jump sound effect, that might be okay, but it's going to affect the game feel. So some people might want a jump sound effect over the wave channel being used as the bass line. And then the other thing is that the bass line doesn't sound bad on the wave channel, but it also doesn't sound bad on a duty channel. So I mean, if I was going to use the wave channel, I would be using it for the melody, or for the treble melody, because you can do so much with the duty on the bass, or the bass on the duty. But yeah, and then another thing is that if we're trying to, if the goal is to increase the amount of harmony, then we could easily add the wave channel to the tracks that we already have. Of course, if the goal is to incorporate more of your music, I understand that as well, and then that's a little bit different. Then we just need you to make more music, and then we can kind of you know, either get feedback from other people or work on it together, or however you want to do it is fine by me. I understand that if you want to have more of your own music, and I wasn't trying to like take the reins of the music. It's just that we needed level music, and it just seemed to me like the music that you were making was not going to work because of the sound effects. So that's where I am coming from. That's my point of view. So I understand if there's more of a need for having more of your essence in the game. I get that. I totally do, and I'm not trying to take that away from you by any means. So yeah, but if it's like from my perspective, I'm just trying to get it done as fast and as not as fast, but as correctly as possible, as what the game needs, what would be best for the game is most important to me. And then also, yes, get it done, because it is to be finished. It's something that's to be completed. It's not, we can't just noodle on it forever. I mean, we can noodle on it for sure. We can noodle on it, but the longer we noodle on it isn't going to necessarily make it better. So at some point we'll have to make decisions, and that's fine with me if we want to like go one way or the other, or do a little bit of both, or what have you. But I do think the best way to do it would be to literally put a switch in the options menu that switches between the songs, so that way we could do it for every level. And also there may be a way to get to the options menu from the start, or from the game. I think you've already done that, right? I think there's a way to get to the options menu in the levels now. I haven't tested that. So yeah, putting something in the options menu to switch between the two, and then possibly even, you know, maybe a little disclaimer that comes up and says like, this track may cut out the bass line with the sound effects, or like the sound effects might cut out the bass line, so that way people understand what's going on, and because that will probably, you know, influence their decision in which they choose. But then I do think we should get strangers, like you said, people who don't have any, you know, previous relationship to our works, and then have them fill out a survey, even if we could, you know, let them know that they're getting a early version of a paid product for free, and that we would love it if they could fill out a form. And then on forums, it's a good idea. I mean, we'll be doing A/B testing, but we should have a C option that they don't feel strongly either one way or the other. Because if we force someone to choose between two options, that can skew the results. And if someone doesn't feel strongly, it's better to know that they don't feel strongly. But yeah, I think that would be the best way to figure it out. I honestly, it doesn't make the world of difference to me. I mean, I would love for the game to do the best that it can do, and I would love for it to have what it needs the most and what people appreciate the most. Whether or not that's me or you, that doesn't make a difference to me whatsoever. The reason why I pumped out a bunch of music was because the levels needed music, and we wanted to test it, and to test it, I felt like there should be music. We should at least start getting feedback. It did seem like most of the feedback, if not all the feedback we got on the level music, was good. So it was a little bit of a surprise for me to hear that you don't like it, but that's okay. I'm not upset about that at all. That happens with music a lot. You know, it's something that's very subjective. But yeah, we can definitely hammer things out and noodle if we need to, for pretty much as long as we need to. But at some point, it's like we should start making decisions. And yeah, I do think that A/B testing would probably be the best way to come up with that decision. But yeah, I'm interested to know your thoughts on all that, for sure. But yeah, if you can't answer now, that's totally cool. If you're busy at the moment, I get that. If you're involved with work or anything like that, that's totally cool. But yeah, let's work on the next song. We're gonna make another battle song because we need 8 for this game. 13 _ battle music 8. And there's a Dreadnought in chat. That's an interesting name. It reminds me of Dreadnought. Alright, let's turn off that music, and we're going to get the old bass drum on the duty, and we're going to do something similar, but something different. And we're running out of things because this is the 8th one. So I don't know if we've done this one yet. Even if we have, we can change it up with the snare, because I like it. Oh, we're changing notes here. Oh, that one's off. I'm not sure about the ending there. That's it. I like that. All right, so we'll do the duty with that greenish one, the dark green, and we'll do something interesting again with the sequencing type thing. Maybe we do something a little bit longer. So yeah, I guess it's like an arpeggio, but I think of it more as like a 303, like a sequenced bass. I feel like this should be different. I don't know. I don't like it anymore. All right, let's just get rid of that and oops, did I do the wrong thing? I did. I don't like it. What if we go the other way? All right, so maybe this one goes up higher. I kind of like that. Alright, let's do the same thing that we were doing before. We'll copy everything from here. We'll add this to that, and then we'll add the duty vibrato in the spaces in between, just like we've been doing. And I think it might be cool to have it like end right into it. Oh, I always think, oh shit, that's not what we want. I always think that you can click this, but you have to click this. I kind of wish you could click that too. Like clicking that would change this and that, but what are you gonna do? I think most people who use this tracker are using the tracker side of it, to be honest. I think most Game Boy musicians aren't using this side of it. And that's probably why it's kind of made for that. All right, so I mean, it's really nice that it does both, but I wish the UX was a little bit better on this side of things. All right, so maybe there, and then this note is there. Alright, so I like that. Let's do a duplicate of 1 first. Here on 2. And then we're going to change the noise so there's hi-hat, just like before. And we'll use the same rhythm, but on every other. Let's see what that sounds like. Yeah, I like that. So we'll go ahead and copy this. We'll paste it over each other one, except for the last one. Oh, because we don't want to ruin those snares. But we'll take the open ones. Oh. And then that first closed one. Let's try that. Let's go from the top. Wait, are we on? Yeah, we're on the right one. Alright, so then what we'll do next is we'll copy 2 onto 3. And then we'll take the percussion from... Oh wait, no, we wanted 1, sorry. 1 onto 3, and then we'll take the percussion from 2 and put that onto 3. Oh, did I do that wrong? And then let's listen to it. Let's hear it from the top. From the top. And then for this last note, oops, that's not right. Where's that vibrato? We're gonna do that. It was the wrong note. Alright, so I feel like we should be going back to this pattern, but at a lower octave on the first ones. And I think it'll be fine because it kind of works as a baseline. So we'll just paste it there. And there. And now let's try from the top. So I like it, but I feel like it needs some of those whittlies at the end here. We've got room for it, so let's do that. Oh, I forgot we gotta change it from here. And then we'll go to a fade out 50. and then we'll grab this, copy it, and we'll paste it here. Oops. Here. And then here. And then here. Let's hear what this sounds like. All right, I like it. Let's do what we did before, and we'll take the percussion and no, this channel, just this channel, and paste it there, and then we'll do things to it to make it more interesting, and we'll do a lot of the same things to it, honestly, because it's fitting the theme. We've got a like kind of level that's occurring here. Like this is or type of level music. This is the fight music. So all the fight music fits the same formula, but they're different, right? So that way every time you go into a fight, you're gonna be like, is this the same song? No, this is a different song, but it sounds the same. Taco Crepe just came by to lurk and work on some pixels myself. Good luck on composing. Sounds awesome so far. Thank you, Taco Crepe. I appreciate the lurk. Thank you for dropping in, and I hope the pixeling goes well. That sounds pretty good, but I feel like if we do more with the hi-hats, it'll like feel more like the other ones, which is actually what we're looking for in this case. All right, so we'll start there, and then this one will move up to, and this one will move up to, and this one move up to, and then this one will move down to. Like that, and then we'll go the opposite way for these ones. Oh, the crash should stay in the same spot though. And then this one will go like this. And then we'll do the same thing here. Oh, the crash should stay there. All right, let's hear this. All right, I do think that it should have that crash at the beginning of this one. Oh. And this one. And this one. And this one doesn't need it because it ends on a crash. But maybe we do it there. Maybe we do it. Maybe we do it. Maybe we do it. All right, let's try it. And maybe it needs one in the middle too. I don't know, I kind of like it where it is. What if just to like, because you've already heard the other songs at this point, what if we throw in another one of these so like breaks the expectation a little bit? All right, so this is at that note. Wait, is that right? Stop it. Yeah, I like that. So that does it for the battle music. We do need the boss 2 music. But yeah, I like the theme that I've been sticking to with the battle music. Actually, the whole game follows this theme of like, I don't want to say drunken, but like this uneasy sailor, like the sailor on uneasy water, right? Almost drunken, but more just like sea legs, like, or like gaining your sea legs, right? Like choppy water, the boat's kind of throwing you, but you're trying to make your way forward. And then also sounds of like, you ever been fishing and the fish takes the line because you've got the drag set, right? Because if you don't set the drag properly, they'll break the line, right? So the idea is for really big fish, like for little fish, it doesn't matter. If you're catching bluegill, they're not going to break the line. You just put a leader on there and nothing's going to break your line. But for a real big fish, what can happen is if you have the drag set too tight, the drag prevents the line from being pulled. So the way you do it is you set the drag and then you pull the line yourself. And if you're not able to pull the line out with your hand, then you've got it set too tight. Because a fish is going to have more strength than you if it's a big one. It's going to have its weight behind it, and it's going to have more strength than, well, maybe not more strength than you, but more strength than you just yanking on your line. They're going to be fighting for their life. They're going to be flipping it back and forth, and they're going to have their weight against it. You're going to be pulling against it. So there's going to be a lot more tension on the line than you would expect, right? So you want to make sure that it has give at that point. Otherwise, it should just snap the line. And then not only do you have to, not only did you lose your lure, you lost the fish and have to restring your thing, but you could have prevented it by just tiring out the fish, right? That's the idea of fishing, is that for the big catches, you tire them out and you reel it in when they're tired. Then you let them yank on it, and if they pull out some line, that's okay. You just gotta reel it back in when they're tired enough, and eventually they don't struggle as hard. They don't pull out line. You can adjust the drag as much as you need to if you know what you're doing, but typically you find a good drag. Anyways, point of the story is that it makes a sound when they pull the line out. It's like a ding 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 kind of thing, and they do it in games too, right? Anyways, that's the vibe that I'm going for, is that we've got sounds of the fish being caught, sounds or the feeling of waves, right? This you know, like that is like ups and downs, ups and downs, ups and downs. And I'm even doing a wave pattern in the ups and downs here, right? So it goes upward movement from the bottom, downward movement from the top, upward movement from a little bit higher, and then upward movement again from like really high, right? So it's like keeping you off balance because it's not balanced. It's keeping you up and down, and then it's also keeping you up and down in the notes that I've chosen here. And then the treble is kind of spooky. It reminds me of those little things. I don't know, maybe I'm old, maybe this is showing my age, but back when I was a kid, there used to be these little hanging Halloween decorations that would go, and it used that same kind of square wave in it, and it would just be like kind of annoying, but at the same time it was like the spookiest sound that they could make with the little speakers and the little sound chip on the thing. It was, yeah, and it was just like that. But this whole that's kind of like the fish dragging out some line, at least when it's high. And then, yeah, so the idea of having it just the drums at the end, I mean, it doesn't have to be that way, of course, but it allows for like breathing room, right? There's counterpoint, there's a lot of things going on, and then there's nothing going on. But it also is like fishing, where all of a sudden the action stops and then starts again. You're like, wait, is it tired? Is it done? Maybe I'm reeling in, and then it's pulling line again. Anyways, we've got 8 battle musics. Let's take a listen to the boss music one more time. And I'm actually going to use the bathroom real quick while we finish up this ad break. I kind of missed the beginning of it, but we'll listen to this while I use the bathroom. Okay, I've returned. Let's see here. I'm gonna make myself a demon fish because that's what we're working on. Feel weird being a Pyrotoad when we're working on demon fish. I'm gonna give myself a hat also. Gotta have a hat when you're a demon fish. It's a good hat for a demon fish. Alright, so the inspiration, kind of the vibe behind boss music, is actually from a Pink Floyd song that I grew up with. I think it's called One of These Days. And it's a really interesting song. It's a very long song. It's mostly entirely instrumental except for one sample of this creepy voice that says, "One of these days I'm gonna cut you into little pieces." And the bass line is just dun 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 dun, like throughout the whole song. But it's got these really great arpeggios and sequencers and like samples, and it's a very it's like drum and bass before drum and bass existed, if you ask me. It's not like breakbeat, but it's definitely like got that creepy, dark drum and bass vibe. I can't really remember exactly what the drums do there. Or even if there is drums, there's probably some type of percussive element, but I'm not sure that there's actually a drum set because it's a very electronic song. Yeah, I haven't actually listened to it in a while, but I grew up with it, and this kick pattern is very similar. So I think when we start this new one, we'll call it 14_ boss music 2. We'll rename boss music to boss music 1, so there's no confusion there. So boss music 2, I think we're gonna try to incorporate that same type of kick pattern, but different, right? So it's like doom, doo doom, right? Doom, doo doom, and then maybe we do like that. So let's see what that's like. Let's try. That's just too weird. All right, I like it. Took a second for me to figure that out, but I like it. We're gonna add some snares. Oh, those are different snares. Maybe that's okay. Maybe we accentuate. And then we do the crash. All right, so we can start with the hi-hats here. Alright, so it's going somewhere. For the bass, we did a lot of fade-ins. There's a fade-in here. And it was very, like, creepy sounding, creepy and low. I think that's actually the theme song too. Do maybe not. So no, it's not. Alright, so it's sounding good. Let's copy paste it. And then we'll add more to the baseline here. So it's kind of building up. Now we'll do the fade ins. Oh wait, that's what we did. We want the fade outs. We'll do 25 because it's more like 12. And then what we can do is go back to the original note before we move on to the next note, and that might have a cool effect. Wait, that's not right. That's right. Is that right? All right, let's hear what this sounds like. So I like it, but we need to keep building it up. So we'll do the same thing. We'll copy it all. Stop with that. Copy it all. Paste it all, and then we've got do 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 do. So we could do the vibrato now, I think, and we'll go. Maybe there. That sounds pretty cool. And then here we just go a note higher, and then here we go a note higher, and then here we go a note higher. And then we do the same thing again. We're going to copy all of this from 2 onto 3. And then we're going to add more to the bass line here. So from here, we want to do something 12.5 pulse, I want to say. And we want it to be like right before the start, and also do like something that sounds off just a little bit. Sounds too off. I wanted it to sound off, but not that off. Maybe we go back to this note. Also, I think maybe it's not the right one. Maybe we should do more fade out. No, we already did that one. Let's do this one. That actually sounded kind of cool. Maybe we just do that. That one sounds weird. But yeah, maybe we move them all over because it sounds a little weird where it is. Also, is that one even right? What's going on with that one? It's supposed to happen before, not after. What happened here? This one, get you back. Oh, come on. Let's try this. Alright, I like that, but this should be like this, maybe. And also it should be like a different one. Maybe we do the fart. Let's hear it all. Alright, I kind of like it. I'm not positive that I like it, but I kind of like it, and we're gonna keep going with it, and if it doesn't work, then we can always change it or start over or do something else or whatever. So yeah, we're gonna paste it here, and then we're going to make room on the Duty 1 channel this time for the treble, which is also going to be this custom vibrato we've been going to for the battle music, because technically it is battle music. And we started on C, I want to say. Yeah. And we'll do that one twice. Let's start at the top, the beginning. And then I think we should do a chorus. I know that a lot of the battle ones didn't have a chorus, but this is like a special boss battle. It could be the last battle of the game. So let's go ahead and put in 5, and we'll do something different with the drums, so that way it feels like 2 different songs. Well, not 2 different songs, but 2 different parts to differentiate. So now we're using a different tempo. And for the snare, we can do something similar, or maybe we just use a crash instead. That works pretty well. And then we also do like let's see what this sounds like. It's not bad, but I'm not sure about this crash. Maybe we switch it up. And then maybe we do like, oh, that's the wrong one. There's an arachnid, which is a strange name for a Pokemon. I imagine it's a spider one. An araquanid, an araquanid, an araquanid. I kind of want to put a bass line in there, but it also kind of sounds good without the bass line. So maybe we'll do a second one without the bass line, or maybe we'll try the bass line and it won't sound good. I don't know. I feel like we do something. Oh, wait, do we want that one? We want the long one. What if we do another one and then we double the speed? Basically just double all of it, right? So like that, and then that, and then though I kind of feel like we should change it to be this. And then maybe we do an octave higher. What note is that? I don't know, I'm just playing around at this point. Maybe these shouldn't be an octave higher, they should just be down here. Let's try this. Oh, that's the wrong button. What if we do that with these ones too? Oops. It just doesn't sound right. Maybe these ones need to be an octave higher. It just doesn't work as well. Oh. I got an idea. What if we do this? I'm still just like noodling here. I think that's it. But I think it needs to do one of these without any baseline before it starts back up. So we'll do 8s here. Wait, what happened to 6? Did we not use 6? I guess we'll use 6. And then, so we'll copy 0 onto 6. And then we'll just remove all of the bass. Let's hear it all from the top. I kind of think that for these two should be different. And it should lead into the chorus a little bit better. So we'll do 8 here, and we'll copy 5 onto 8. Or 4 onto 8, rather. And then we'll lead it into it a little bit better. So we can double the kicks at the end. And maybe even... can't really notice that, so maybe we do it all up an octave higher. That definitely helps. Let's do more to it. So the noise. We've got this thing going on. We can do that cool thing where we change the pitch in opposite directions. Let's try that. I feel like the vibrato on the Duty 2 channel can do something interesting here too. Or is it the Duty 1 channel? Well, we don't really have much room for that. Maybe we do it on both to make up for it. I'm not sure if that's what we want, but it's worth a shot. I think we could do more. We'll just skip that note. Let's try this. Maybe we remove those notes because we don't need them. Maybe we do the same thing on this one and we just like that. I wonder if we could do it twice. Oh no, that's not right. 5 and 7 and then 6. I'm not sure if I like the way that it comes in there. Can we do something else there? It's this one. I don't like this note. What if we just keep going with this? It sounds better. I think this might be it. Yeah, I like it. This is it. All right, so what we want to do is lower the volume on each of them. So I'm going to turn on some background music here. And I'm actually going to turn this down just a bit for me. And yeah, so we're going to turn down the volume so that it matches with the rest of them. Pretty normal at this point, right? So here we want to find the kick drum. We're gonna turn that down to 9. Even though it goes to 11. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, 9, and then this one we've got the pulse. The pulse we'll leave alone because it's got a sweep change. We could change the sweep change or whatever, but I think we're fine where it's at. I'm not too worried about the bass getting too loud. And then what do we got here? This pulse we can change to 9, and then the vibrato will change to 9. We've got this part. We'll change that to 9. Did we do the blue? No, the blue can be 9. And then there I got the vibrato. There I got the blue, and then the green. That should do it for the bass. Let's hit the noise up. So for noise we got this one, that's already at 9. The snare drum is at 11, we'll take that down to 9. I think that's pretty much it. We just repeat the... Oh, there was the crash also. And that's already at 9. We repeat everything. Oh! Nerdy Punk! Thank you for the raid! I was just lurking in your stream. Thank you so much. How's it going? Welcome in, everyone. If you haven't checked out Nerdy Punk, they're really cool. They do Crocodile and Unreal. They're making a interesting pixel art style 3D stuff. It's really cool. But yeah, welcome in. I saw what you were doing, so I'll ask about your game. What's going on with your game? Do you have a page for it yet? I saw you on Twitter the other day. Really cool. Awesome. Glad to see that. I haven't been posting a whole lot recently, but sometimes I go through phases where I post a lot. I try to retweet when I'm not posting, but that's awesome. But tell us about your game a bit. How are you, dude? Thanks for lurking. All is good. I am doing well. We are just finishing up the soundtrack for Demon Fish Dead Ahead. Yeah, so I'm changing the volume so that way they're not too loud. We had some issues with the sound effects not being loud enough. But yeah, that's so cool, Nerdy Punk. I very much appreciate the raid. And if you've got things to do, I understand. If you guys need to eat or leave or go to sleep probably, because it's probably pretty late there. It's pretty late here. Go ahead and do so. I very much appreciate everyone regardless. But yeah, we're just kind of turning down some of the instruments so that way nothing's too loud here. This is Cool Wave Music. Yeah, it's pretty late. Thank you for the welcome. Absolutely. If you want, you can tell us about your game. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you. If you've got to go, I totally understand. But yeah, we're using GB Studio to make the music as well as the game. So this is the entire game engine. It's actually really cool. If you go to the game world, we can see the 2 maps, and then you can see the different fighting scenes, the options menu, the you died scene. This is where you collect your fish. They get swapped out. We've got the fish finder, which is shaped like a Game Boy. You've got your different fish tiles. These all get swapped in for the water tiles there. And there's your first boss and your second boss, and then the bosses have tentacles as well. It started as a Game Jam game for... which one was it? It It wasn't GB Compo, it was GB Jam. That's not confusing. Yeah, so it started with GB Jam, which GB Jam is not a Game Boy only jam. It's a game jam where it has to at least look like a Game Boy. It has to use the same screen ratio, and I think it can only use 4 colors, I think was the deal. Which is interesting because GB Compo allows for Game Boy Color games, so you can have anything that works on a Game Boy Color. But yeah, we're actually working on a few games right now. Right now. This is Demon Fish Dead Ahead, my fishing themed JRPG. But I was also working on Frontrooms Normalities earlier today, which is for GB Compo 2025. And I'm also working on Pyrotoad, which is a precision puzzle platformer designed by Johnny Manjiro, and I've been doing the art and some of the music for that, and the sound effects. But it's been a lot of fun to learn Game Boy Color for Pyrotoad. However, I'm very happy with doing Game Boy without color, to be honest, because Game Boy Color is a whole nother can of worms. But yeah, back to the music. We're nearly done. I just need to turn down the music that we made today. So if we go into the duty channel, we got the pulse here. We'll turn down the kick to 9, and then we'll go to the bass. We'll turn that down to 9. What else do we have? This one, turn that down to 9. This one, turn it down to 9. A little bit repetitive what we're doing here, but it's fairly easy and it goes by quickly. We also have, I think that's the duty channel. So we got the orange, yellow, green, and blue. So orange, the yellow, the green is already at 9, and then the blue. Set that down to 9. And then the noise. I'm pretty sure that's all of everything we have for this one, for the bass. So the noise channel is, I believe it's just these notes. So yeah, we've got the crash, which is already at 9. Oh wait, this is the noise. We need the noise channel. Okay, so the snare drum needs to go down to 9. And then the crash is already at 9. The hi-hat is at 9, and the open hi-hat it's at 9 too. So that takes care of that. And I think we already got everything else turned down. If we check the kick drum, that's the easiest way. Oh, maybe we didn't turn this one down. So we'll have to turn down 7 as well. That's fine. 9. Oh, we made 7 today, that's right. 9. And then I'm not sure, but I think... Alright, let's go to the Duty 2 channel. There is definitely the vibrato. Turn that down to 9. And then this one, it's very similar to the other one. We've got this. Oh wait, we're on the wrong thing here. That one's at 9. That one's at 9. I think the snare is the only one we really need to worry about here. And then the crash is already at 9. The other crash is at 9 too. So that should do it for those. 6, I'm pretty sure we already got 6. Yeah. And 5, I'm pretty sure all of these we already got. Yeah. Alright, so what we can do now is put the music into the game, which should actually be fairly easy because we've already got music, just not the right music. So we'll keep the fight music the same for 1, For 2, we're going to simply do battle music 2. For boss, we will leave the same. For fight 3, you guessed it, battle music 3. Oh, you know what? We wanted to make some changes here. I forgot. What we can do is decide which track to play here based on what the fish zone number is. So to make sure that I'm getting this right, fish zone int is what we're looking for. So fight scene 1 has 2 different fish zone ints for it. So what we're gonna do is say if variable compares to variable or value, and we'll do fish zone int equals 1, then we'll play this track. We'll copy this, paste it. There's a Snover in chat if anyone plays the Pokemon game. Alright, so then we do fish zone equals 2, then we do song 2. That's what we want to do. And then we've got fish, or this one, so we'll just copy and paste these events here, and we'll swap out what we need. So this is going to be fish zone 3 and 4, so 3 gets song 3. We can remove this one, and we'll paste in a new, if it's fish zone 4, then we do battle music 4. So now that's cool. This one we'll keep the same, we don't need to worry about it. This one we'll do the same thing, we'll paste it here, we'll delete battle music 3, and we'll change it to fish zone, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gets battle music 5, and then paste it. Nice work catching the Snover, Kixie. You got it. This one will be 6, and battle music 6. So that does it for this one, and then we need this one. It's going to get 7 and 8. So this will be battle music 7. Paste it. We'll go 8. Battle music 8. Alright, then we'll delete this event. 7 and 8. So this one gets boss music 2. The only thing that's left is the overworld. So for this one, BGM off. Yep, all we gotta do is change it to overworld 2. And now all the music, we've doubled or nearly doubled the soundtrack. It's not completely doubled because there's the theme music. We don't need a second theme. We could do music for the fish box and the options, but I really like the theme song, so I don't think we need to change that. Alright, so let's save it. And I don't know, let's do a build. I'm kind of looking for someone to raid, cause I am getting sleepy. I've got this sty in my eye and it's like not happy. It's a pain in the eye, is what it is. But yeah, I'm low-key looking for devs. Actually, that's why I was hanging out in Nerdy Punk's stream, because I was looking for people to raid. Thank you for the raid message, Kixie. I appreciate that. We could raid the Electric Mindset. We haven't raided them in at least a week. We could raid Peanut. We could raid Infinite Metal. There's not a whole lot of like fresh people on tonight, unfortunately. There's one that's Andre's Productions, but it doesn't sound like they're going to be going very long. Their stream title says, "Can we live an hour?" Oh, they've been going for 4 hours, so... But, oh, let's test this for a second here. Alright, so let's cheat so we don't die right away. Alright, so we want to go to at least 2 to hear new music. Are there any fish on your fish tour? There it is. We got a fish. We got a fish. I like it. That's a lot of eelies. Thank you for the stream. Thank you, Kixie. I appreciate that. Always appreciate you hanging out, being a good mod with the raid message. And I hope you have a wonderful evening, Kixie. We're gonna kill a demon fish. Alright. Anyways, that turned out nicely. Yeah, I think we'll raid Electric Mindset. They've been super supportive over the years, and they've been playing Lies of P, which is interesting. So yeah, grab your raid message. We are in an ad, so I'll wait for the ad to be done. So I imagine most of everyone here is lurking, but that's okay. It is late already. I'm gonna copy and paste my own raid message here. Let's go ahead and cheat to get to level 2. Welcome back from the ad break, everyone. We are getting ready to raid the Electric Mindset. If you want to copy your raid message, and that way we can show him support, and he's been super supportive to the stream. He's always been really nice with all the gift subs and dropping in whenever he's not streaming. He streams a lot, so oh, I already forgot how to do this one. It's been so long. Let's belay. I like the new music. We gotta turn off that arrow. I'll do that right now. Otherwise I'll forget. There we go. Let's just disable that. Anyways. I think I made a mistake. Fish zone. Oh. Fish zone int is 1. Yes, I made a mistake. We're gonna fix that before we raid. It'll be an easy fix. So fight scene 3 and 4 still use the same fish zones. They don't use 5 through 8. They use 1 through 4. So we're just gonna use 1 here, 2 here. And I don't know what I was thinking. I just wasn't thinking, I guess. And then 3 here, and then 4 there. And that will fix that. So I'm glad we tested that. We turned off this thing, so it will no longer, on initialize, turn into an arrow. So we'll save this, and yeah, now we're ready to raid. I could test it again, but I'm not gonna. Alright, so thanks everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Thanks Nerdy Punk Dev for the raid. Everyone should follow Nerdy Punk Dev. They do some really cool stuff. Unreal and Crocodile and A-Sprite, all very cool stuff. I actually really wanted to learn Crocodile. I think they do Block Bench too. Anyways, we're gonna raid Electric Mindset. They're super cool. They've been very supportive throughout the years, and they're playing an interesting Lies of P game. I don't know if it's AAA or not. It looks AAA. If it's not AAA, it's AA or triple I or whatever you want to call it. The Electric Mindset. But thank you everyone. I appreciate it. Everyone for lurking, everyone for hanging out, Kixie for being an awesome mod, and yeah. Make sure I got my raid message. I do. But yeah, thank you again, everyone. You've all been very cool to me. And we've had some great conversations today. I am sleepy. It's time for bed. Well, I'm gonna eat a midnight snack first. But then we're going to bed. Then I'm going to bed. Yeah. Nothing else to say. So I'm gonna hit the button here. Thanks again. See you there.
What the fuck is that thing? Oh, Rick coming in time with a party of 8. Time with a party of 8. Can't keep getting away. You can't keep getting away with this. Can't keep getting. What is that? What is that?